All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here today. And for those that are there and watching on the internet, thank you for joining us. Today is Tuesday, August 26, 2025, and this is a notice of our special session of the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. And my name is Patrice Horseman, and I am chair of the governing board. And I'm here to welcome you, and I'm also here to welcome my colleagues. And our first order of business this morning is call to order. So with that, we're going to go to District Number 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Good morning. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And District 4, is she on by any chance? I know she had a personal matter. Supervisor Begay may join us a little later. District Number 5.
Good morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Lena Fowler, District 5 Supervisor.
And our next order of business is to honor our country and our nation. And at this point, if you can, please stand so we can say the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, our next order of business is call to the public. Members of the public, this is the time where you have an opportunity to address matters that are not on the agenda to the governing board. You have 3 minutes, and as you know, this is an open public meeting, so we just ask everybody to be courteous and respectful towards each other. With that, those online can also join and make comments on the call to the public. Again, up to 3 minutes for items that are not on the agenda. So we're first going to turn it over to our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to explain how you can join us online. And then we will open it up to any call to the public members first here that might be with us today in our boardroom, and then we'll go online. So with that, Lindsay, can you just explain for those at home how they can join us?
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if you're watching the meeting virtually through our YouTube channel, you can hit a comment and send it to the email boardcomments@coconino.az.gov, and that will come into our inbox. If you are here in the room, we have forms on the table that you can fill out, or there's not many people here, we can have you come on up to the microphone at the podium. We do have Mr. Raymond Mills here that would like to provide comment. Mr. Mills, if you'd like to head up to the podium, we'll provide you 3 minutes to speak. There's some lights up there. Once it turns red, that means the 3 minutes is up. If you could just please state your name for our minutes.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us here.
45 Loop Road. My neighbors at 51 Loop Road, that place is totally trashed out. They've been there for 20 years. They're all drug addicts, meth addicts. There's trailers, motor homes, and you name it. None of them have any transportation. They all wake up when the sun goes down. They party till the sun gets up in the morning. I have permission to use the property to the west of that. However, they don't think I need to be on that property. The reason why I'm on that property is the fact that where I live at, I have no cell service. So I go up there to use the cell phone. They've done things like put pallets, rocks, tires, wood, to block my access going up and down the road. The sheriff's department's been notified. They're saying it's a civil matter. When somebody's beating me up, slamming me into the ground and whatever else, it's a little bit more than that. I've been attacked with a maul by Mike Campo. I've been attacked by Edward Wise and Richard McDonald. Sheriff's department's accusing me of the problem because of the fact that I'm up there minding my own business and getting attacked. He says, we've not had this problem until you came up. Well, yeah, you got drugs all over the place. County supervisor's been notified. Codes enforcement's been notified. These people have no intention on doing anything. Staying there as long as they can. They just got served a final notice. Mark says that might take another year before they can get the money to clean this place up. Nothing but drugs in there. John Haddon, Mike Campo, James Patterson, Sherry Murphy. the whole neighborhood's tired of it. Places are getting burglarized, robbed. My car's been burglarized twice. My home's been burglarized once. One time, the wagon tracks went all the way up to John Haddon's place. It says, we don't have enough evidence. I said, how can you not have enough evidence when everything goes to his place? We need some help. Everybody in the neighborhood, it's just not me, Bill and Dennis and everybody else. We need to get the sheriff's department to cooperate with us. I've tried to show them the property line. They weren't interested. I tried to tell them what's going on. They're interested. The only problem is I'm the one causing all the problem. Well, somebody's got to stand up. My family's military. I'm used to it. So, well, you ruined our life. Well, you ruined it when you started doing drugs and just moved up there squatting, basically. It's not good. We'd like any help we could get. Sheriff's Department would cooperate with us instead of with the drug addicts. There's one person up there that's wanted right now, and they can't, they know where she's at. Every time they show up, she goes and hides in the house. And because of our Fourth Amendment, they can't go in the house to get her. And I'm constantly saying, the generator's running. I saw it this evening. Some of the deputies work with us, but it's just, it's not right. People say, well, why don't you move? I said, well, that doesn't help the people around here that's been putting up with this. Somebody's got to stand strong. They've blocked my access onto my property. The Sheriff's Department has called somebody in Tucson and said, well, we're afraid he's going to get killed. Well, if that's the case, they need to do something to make sure it doesn't happen. Problem is, I have no fear. My family's always been that way. And I guess that's about all I can say.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you coming in, and I know Deputy County Manager Eric Peterson will be happy to talk with you afterwards. So thank you for joining us this morning. Any other members of the call to the public?
And if there's anyone on the YouTube channel, you can send a comment to board comments at coconino.az.gov. And we do not have any comments in our inbox, Chair.
All right. Well, thank you all for those that joined, and we're going to move on. And our next is, we are so pleased to have a very important proclamation with us this morning, recognizing Patriots Day. Our next item is consideration of possible action to approve a proclamation designating September 11th as Patriots Day. And with that, I'm going to turn it to the county manager, who's going to make a very special introduction of a person we all know and has joined us many times here on behalf of our veterans and those who are serving our country. So, county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board, and a person that needs no introduction. Yet we're going to introduce him, John Davidson, the coordinator of our Veterans Stand Down that's really grown in popularity throughout the county, and really appreciate all of John's work. And it was good just to share a few words before the meeting with John, and always an inspiring conversation. So with that, John, thank you for reading this proclamation.
For joining us, John.
Again, I'm John Davison, representing Northern Arizona Veterans, Northern Arizona Veterans Stand Downs, the Military Order of the Purple Heart. It's an honor to be here today, Honorable Chair, Board Supervisors, and we're entering our 6th year in Williams for our stand down over there and our Patriots Day Parade. So at this time, I'll read the county proclamation. Celebrating the 6th annual Matthew J. Bream Memorial Williams Stand Down and Patriot Day Parade. Whereas approximately 9,000 military veterans live in Coconino County, and whereas these men and women voluntarily risk their lives in the protection, preservation, and defense of the citizens, culture, and Constitution of the United States of America, and whereas Patriot Day occurs on September 11th of each year to honor the memory of the people killed in the September 11th attacks of the year 2001, and whereas this year marks the 24th anniversary of the September 11th attacks on the United States, and whereas the purpose of the Matthew J. Bream Memorial Williams Stand Down is to connect homeless and at-risk veterans and their families with the essential community services they need. And whereas this year's parade theme is serving the community in celebration and dedication to our nation, we gather as Americans to honor the men and women who lost their lives 24 years ago in the September 11th attacks, and honor their families who continue to bear the burden of this fateful day. And whereas by taking care of our veterans, we honor their commitment and sacrifice to defend the Constitution of the United States and to preserve the values we hold so dear that make us stronger as a community and as a common people. Now therefore be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim September 11, 2025 as Patriot Day and celebrate the 6th Annual Matthew J. Bream Williams Stand Downs and Patriot Day Parade. Signed and sealed this 26th day of August 25, Coconino Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thank you for being here as always and all that you do. And I know what we're going to do is we'll have the motion first, and then I know there'll be some comments to be made and from members of the board, and there may be some information you want to provide us too about the events. So with that, let's me first take a motion for the proclamation, if I may.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve a proclamation designating September 11th, 2025 as Patriot Day.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So with that, would you like to make some comments, members of the board? Yes, Supervisor, I was going to say Vasquez. Ontiveros, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. It's hard to believe that this has been going on in Williams for 6 years now. Very happy to hear that. And it's even harder to believe that 9/11 has been 24 years ago. I remember it as clearly as the day it happened, watching it on my television. And I just want to thank you for not letting it fade from the memories of the residents and the communities. And thank you so much, Mr. Davidson, for all that you do and the sacrifices that you have made.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for reading the proclamation and for your family's service and for the stand-down events that you've helped organize over these last 6 years. It's so important for these veterans that are so vulnerable in our communities that need these resources and are one step away from being in a better situation. And those stand-downs are truly events that bring folks together, make them feel connected and remembered, because sometimes for those most vulnerable veterans, they feel forgotten. And so these stand-down events are just so important. And you know, September 11th, 24 years ago, time has flown, and a lot of things in terms of our country's foreign affairs have created a lot of veterans, right? And so it's really important that we make sure that we take care of their mental health and their support over this time. And so again, I'd just like to say thank you. I did get an invitation to come. I will not be in town that weekend, so I won't be able to attend, but you'll be in my heart and my prayers that day, thinking of you guys, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. From the very beginning, you were there, and you carried it on, and you've made it, and you have taken it across the county, and even started the Purple Heart, and just your commitment and your family's commitment. You do it as a family to all the veterans, and you help them wherever they are. No judgment, nothing. Just be there for them. And that's really what they need, because a lot of times they don't know who to turn to. They have no idea how to ask for help. And they're a lot of times too proud to ask for help. So thank you for being there to be able to pick them up when they need it the most, and being able to get that education out there that it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to get help. So thank you. Really appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And yes, I'll just kind of reiterate what my colleagues have said. It is hard to believe that September 11th is 24 years ago. I think all of us remember it, unfortunately, as if it was yesterday. Certainly forever changed our world. And we certainly appreciate all you've done. I can't think of a better way to honor September 11th than by honoring our vets. And so I really appreciate all you have done and your family has done. My father was a Marine and also Purple Heart recipient. And if you'd like, I have his Purple Heart up in my office and remembering me every day, reminding me every day the importance of service and love of this country. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And would you like to tell us what's
It's
going on?
always a joy to see all of you. We don't get together enough, but I would like to ask that the board supervisors consider taking a lead for the 25th remembrance and observance of 9/11, which will be coming up next year. So maybe you can plan something at a county level, whatever, or work together to make this a very important. It's a sad time. It's a sad time. So there's just been so many losses and so many sacrifices by Americans. So anyway, thank you for everything. I have another obligation, so I have to leave. But if you need anything, just let me know. And we'll look forward to seeing.
Do you have a
who we
time
can-
for a photo real quick?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
absolutely.
okay. Well, we need to do that. So thank
But,
you.
We'll look forward to seeing you in Williams.
Thank you so
as I
much.
can make it. Okay, thank you.
I can't believe it, only one proclamation. It was an important one, though, so thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. And by the way, I think it's a great idea to take a look if we can, as a county, do something on the 25th anniversary of, recognizing Patriots Day. So moving on, however, we have the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. And as members of my board know, but members of the public, consent agenda items are more ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be handled through one motion and one vote of the Board of Supervisors. They are not then singled out for individual review or discussion. They are done in one fall swoop. So we, as a board, have an opportunity to remove items that we may want to discuss individually and take a motion on individually. So members of the board, are there any items on the current consent agenda you would like to remove for individual consideration? Seeing none, I would at this time entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as sent forth in our agenda.
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. We are moving forward. We also, members of the board, have an item where we need to act as the Board of Equalization. So at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to resolve as the Board of Equalization. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Equalization indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We are now the Board of Equalization. And with that, we have Lindsay Daly, who's going to lead us through this matter before us. So thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman and Supervisors. We also have our hearing officer, Mr. Johnson, on virtually, as well as our Board of Equalization attorney, Ms. Winkler, on virtually, in case there's any questions. But as you know, the assessor's office each year has to send out a notice of value to the properties within Coconino County. And as part of that process, if the property owner does not agree with the notice of value that the assessor has for their property, they have an opportunity to go through an appeal process. So they first have to appeal to the assessor's office and meet with the assessor's office and state their case as to why they don't think the valuation is what the assessor's valuation is. And then if they still don't come to a resolution, then they can appeal to the Board of Equalization, which is the Board of Supervisors. At that time, since the Board of Equalization has appointed a hearing officer, Mr. Johnson will hear the case from both parties, the assessor's office and the petitioner, and then have them each present their case and make a determination and a decision on the case. So this year we did have 2 appeals, which is not that many for us. So we had 2 appeals, and one of them was a property on the east side of town near the Donny Park area from a property owner. And the other one was from a tax agent that was representing the facility where Staples is in town here in Flagstaff. And so those were the 2 cases that were presented and heard by our hearing officer, and the assessor's office was present here with their appraiser as well, each of them stating their case. And so in the first case with the property owner out on the east side of town, the hearing officer heard the case, and due to the lack of understanding by the property owner that there are quality levels for properties, that was an educational kind of process for him, that there are quality levels for homes, and if your home meets those criterias, that's why it's at a higher quality level. So because of that, the hearing officer did not change the decision of the assessor, so the value of the property remained the same that the assessor's valuation was. So there was a no change in the full cash value for that property. For the second case with the tax agent on the Staples property, that was a longer hearing that took a little bit more time, but that tax agent did have some evidence to show that his case for why the valuation should not be what the assessor's valuation was. So after hearing the evidence, the hearing officer reduced the full cash value to what you see on the attachment A to the resolution, which was to 3.825 million. So for full cash value. And so that's it. That's what's presented in your packet. You have all the documents there too that shows the petitions as well as the assessor's write-up summary for their case as well. And so what's before you today is the resolution to accept the hearing officer's decision. And I will note that the Board of Equalization's policy adopted by the board and the statutes make the board's review limited. So unless there was an issue with the due process of the cases, there's really, the board is here to accept the hearing officer's decision on the matter. Thank you.
If I may, of course, individuals do have an opportunity to appeal directly to the Board of Supervisors. Board of Equalization. However, with the limited review that we have, is there anyone here today, either online or in person, that's here for an appeal of either of the 2 matters that are before us? Does not appear so. So there is no one that is appealing the decision at this time of our hearing officer. And I want to thank our hearing officer, Howard Johnson, for his thorough work and review of this matter. And also, we have Rose Winkler, our attorney for the Board of Equalization. Members of the board, I'm going to turn this to you if you all have any questions or comments at this time. If not, I would accept a motion to approve the Board of Equalization's Resolution 2025-01, receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decision for petition for a review of property valuation for tax year 2026, hearing conducted August 7th, 2025, and is more fully set forth in the resolution before us. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those for approving the Board of Equalization resolution signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous and approved. Again, thank you for all for your work on this. Thank you, Lindsay. We are moving right along today.
Madam Chair, we are moving right along, and with one resolution, it was Resolution Proclamation Light today. We suggest as staff, Keith Breckus.
But we're still right now the Board of Equalization,
thank
so we need to entertain a motion for us to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. So may we?
So move.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, it is unanimous. Now, County Manager, what do you have to say for
Thank you,
yourself?
Madam Chair, members of the board. What I have to say for myself is, items number 27 and 28, we recommend we move up, if you will. One is a federal legislative update from government affairs, and then go over the planning calendar as well, prior to breaking for lunch, and then we would come back at 1:15 for the public hearing for our health codes.
Sounds good to me. Anybody have any problem with that? Then we're going to do exactly as being presented. And I know we're going to break for lunch, and I know we have some special guests that are going to be joining us for lunch from CSA. But let's go ahead and move up items 27 and 28. County Manager, I'm going to turn this to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and with us as Keith Breckus to talk about state and or federal legislative matters. And while we will have an update from our County Supervisors Association today, we also wanted to take the opportunity to just address a few things with you through Keith. So thank you, Keith.
Good morning,
Let me
Keith.
turn the microphone on. I'll do that again. Good morning, Chair Horseman and Board of Supervisors. Since we do have a CSA presentation this afternoon, and also I think John Saltonstall and Tim Carter will be talking about the SBI idle loans going out and the SBA meetings there. I'll probably make my comments brief because I think some of those are some of the most important things we have going on. So at CSA, of course, we have 3 resolutions that the county is considering, as well as looking at other resolutions. We are working behind the scenes or talking to people about our insurance resolution. We'll make sure that what we put forward in cooperation with Pima County and CSA is something that has a chance to move forward and doesn't sort of get cut off right at the gate. So we'll have conversations with staff, and if there are substantial changes, we'll bring those back before the board so that you'll have a chance to approve what those changes are. But I think the sentiment that people have is to word it carefully so that we're not cutting out important stakeholders. And I think that's sentiment that's been expressed by the supervisors as well. In terms of, we also, I think, have a state rep coming up to visit tomorrow. He's actually in town today, but Matt Grass, I think Supervisor Vasquez will have a chance to meet with him and talk about education and healthcare and some things.
Did he change?
Yeah, he was originally going to be here yesterday, but he got out of Phoenix
Oh,
late, so.
I didn't know that. I couldn't meet with him yesterday. So when's he going to be here?
He'll be here at 8 a.m. tomorrow, so if you're
Very
available,
good.
we can make that happen.
That's
So,
great.
Yep.
Good
And
news.
then, yeah, so good to have this update for that reason. Then on the federal side, like I said, the SBA idle loans, they're having the different meetings, and we have had some help. I want to recognize our federal delegation, particularly Congressman Crane and his staff has done a good job of messaging on the Grand Canyon, post-Grand Canyon fire, the opportunity for the Small Business Administration to help those businesses impacted. There will be several meetings there. We'll probably have a graphic up this afternoon that shows where those are, but they're coming up in a bunch of different locations. There's a team that'll be up on the North Rim areas, those impacted communities, and another team here on the south side of the canyon. And then, other than that, I will entertain any questions. Do we have the graphic where we
Just have one
put
report.
it
if I
on the
can add to
screen?
that.
Oh.
Sure, and because I want to add to SBA too, and go ahead.
So, Madam Chair and Supervisors, Deputy County Manager Peterson, I did have a chance. Bob Holmes called me this morning because Superintendent of Schools Cheryl Mangle Paget and I will be in DC for the NACO PILT fly-in. Just had a good report that there seems to be some movement in Republican leadership, a resolution to commit to solving the impact AIDS problem, which is incredibly important, of course, for our schools on federal lands and on trust lands and such. So it's $23 million for school districts in this county. And so that commitment seems to coming together that they will solve it. Now, we don't know by what way they're going to solve it and fund those programs, but there's indications from Republican leadership and from our member, Representative Crane, that they are intending to solve it. So that's a big hole that would be existing in school districts' budgets if not solved. So that's some good progress. We'll have more to report hopefully when we're back from DC. I want to
Yes,
give
it
you that
could
update as well.
shut down our public education system. So that's good news that they're trying to do something, actually. So thank you for that update. And by the way, in terms of SBA, I know Supervisor Fowler in particular has really been working very diligently with the businesses in Fredonia, Page, Lecce, Marble Canyon, Tuba City, and Twin Arrows. And I know that Supervisor Ontiveros and Williams, and I've been trying to do what I can here in the Flagstaff area. But Supervisor Fowler, you've really been putting your heart and soul in this. So are there any comments you'd like to make on this and the upcoming SBA schedule?
Yes, I was hoping that it would, oh, there it is. All right, Keith. So we have a schedule, and this is on the, we're trying to get out to inform all of the businesses throughout our county. All businesses are eligible, not just the North Rim and the region in Page and that region. It's all of Coconino County. So Flagstaff, the team may be here today, and then they'll go to Tuba City, to trying to reach out to all of the like a centralized location for the visits. You can also also apply online if you already know that you're going to do so. If you have questions, you can meet with them in person, and your questions will be answered. And this is the actual team from the Small Business Administration. They're the team that is out here to, all this week and to next week. So if you can, take the time. And then some businesses say, well, you know, I am actually not near the fire, so I don't think I qualify. Well, you know, if this is a tour and a tourism, Northern Arizona depends on tourism. The state of Arizona depends on tourism. It's very, tourism is what drives our economy. North Rim, the being closed drives our economy. So international travels, travel to our region because of all the negative news about the fire, the smoke, and its impact has really reduced visitors out here. So if you have a gas station, you have a store, people are not coming in getting snacks, and you have a hotel. If you're a guide, if you're a hunting guide, you know, hunting in the region, you know, these are cancellations that are real. If you're an artisan and your event was canceled, or any kind of impact that may have happened, then you're eligible for this. And if you are questioning whether you're eligible or not, then visit these locations and find out if what you how you can apply. And also, the 6 counties are also eligible for this, so they benefit the whole county: the Yavapai, Mojave, Gila, Navajo County, San Juan, Utah, and Kane County. Those counties all are eligible, entire county, and not just a certain portion, the entire county. All businesses, if you're self-employed, if you are, you know, the river runners, the river companies, they're all eligible for this. So I just want to just emphasize how important it is to learn more about this program, and we hope this is just the first step in how the county is approaching this economic loss that we are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to apologize for not getting that up there sooner, but since I was presenting quicker than originally planned. We had to hurry to put that up there. But I did want to just say, because maybe in case people can't read it, you could see that there's two teams, like I said, the north and south team deployed out there. And if you can read this small print, they're in Fredonia for 5 days starting today, and also in Flagstaff for 2 days starting today. And then as you go down the list, there's times for Page, Lachey, Marble Canyon, Tuba City, Williams, Tucson, Twin Arrows Casino. So pretty well coverage all over the county. And I do have to say the Small Business Administration has been sort of Johnny on the spot with this issue. It's good that they're bringing people up there and they're having teams come up and cover that many days in Coconino County. So I want to respect and appreciate that they've put some effort into this. And then I'll let the other supervisors talk just when I get that.
There's also a number of them. I mean, there's what, 8 is it that are here? That they have really dedicated to Coconino County. So we really appreciate that. We appreciate this Small Business Association for being here and for, really helping out our communities, especially right now in these times of needs. I mean, this is it. This is our tourist season. It's a fairly short season. And we ended up with the largest fire in the state of Arizona, which certainly has impacted all of us. So really appreciate their attendance on this. And Supervisor Vasquez, I know you have some comments.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to spread the word that if you know businesses that could benefit from this, the deadline, I believe, is September 15th, so there is a window. But these appointments are really important because they have laptops there that you can help guide you to create your profile and register on site. So you don't have to finish your full application, but you can go in and create a login, password and all that, and get guided through that process with real people. And that's really important. And so they were at King Street yesterday and they're here today until 5. So if you know anybody that could benefit, it's worthwhile going through even for 15 minutes to go talk and ask questions and get the information. Thank you.
And okay. All right. Yes, I'm sorry.
The deadline, I believe it's September 15th, 2026. So while it is good to get the information as soon as possible, if the business owners need some time to put that together to assess what they need, there is time to do that. This will be an ongoing process through most of next year.
Eric, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I wanted to reiterate that the application's open for a year for this process, so if a business experiences loss later, if it's a loss related to just simply a little downturn and that trickles to you in a secondary effect or a tertiary effect, that you can make that application window throughout the year. We don't expect SBA to be on the ground here a year. So this is the critical component, as Supervisor Vasquez is talking about. If you want the hand-on assistance, you want to understand what the federal government needs to see from you to be able to apply for the loan, it's a great time to meet with those navigators that are here. And then also that we have put this information along with a couple other private grants that businesses can go through, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and actually DoorDash as a grant program for businesses that are going to be affected where they are on the DoorDash platform. We've created an economic recovery resource page. It's on our economic development page. John Saltonstall will be here with Tim Carter this afternoon to talk about that and sort of give a heads up of some of those functions. So ongoing resources available to the business community for their loss throughout the tourism season.
Great. We look forward to that. And also the SBA schedule is also on the county website. So anybody who might be here listening to our board meeting, please avail yourself to the county website. Good information there, including the SBA schedule. So thank you. Any other comments? Thank you. Appreciate your help on this, Keith. And we'll keep the information coming.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the most of the work, but I have some of the information, so thanks.
Anything else? If not, we're going to move to item number 28, discussion, review, and possible action regarding the Board of Supervisors planning calendar.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And, the problem is when we plan, it looks like the year is almost over.
Best laid plans, but at least we have a template from which to stand on. So it's always a good thing. Our planning calendar. Thank you, Lindsay, for sharing. Today's August 26th. This afternoon, We do have a public hearing for health codes that will be presented by our Health and Human Services Department. I believe 1:15. It is a public hearing, time certain, followed by a presentation from our County Supervisors Association. Supervisor Prankrazi will be here, as well as Craig Sullivan. Hopefully they'll be arriving in a little bit, and they have the patience to also experience a Coconino County public hearing with our health codes. So, and then we will have a recognition this afternoon. We'll be discussing our comprehensive plan and also a recognition of John Ruggles, who had served on the Planning and Zoning Commission for, I believe, 14 years, 13 or 14 years. So a very good run and commitment to public service. Coming up beginning Friday, our Coconino County Fair, and that is a celebration of Coconino County coming up this weekend. Some very good events on tap. I believe all of you will be helping out and presenting, introducing, etc. If not, if you and you'd like to fill a slot, please let us know, and we will help get that coordinated. So we're really looking forward to the county fair. We also have posted for our quorum purposes our Flagstaff Family Food Center Hunger Summit on September 4th. That would be Thursday, I believe, and also on September 4th, State of the College Luncheon. And then the following weekend on Saturday, our Climb to Conquer Cancer event. So many of us have been impacted through cancer, whether directly or family members. And then the Patriots Day that we just proclaimed will be on September 6th as well, 11 a.m. in Williams. Eric had mentioned the PILT fly-in, and so thank you, Eric, for taking the lead on that. We're happy to have you back and helping coordinate our legislative affairs. I spoke with Superintendent Mango Pageant today. She said she's looking forward to that as well. So thank you with that. September 9th, Consent and Action, Hispanic Heritage Month, and then an action item for Parks and Recreation. And then our quarterly capital construction project update. That will be great to hear from Tom Hanachek, our facilities director, as we prepare for our future of our facilities. And then our wildfire insurance crisis, Lucinda Andriani will be presenting on that. I believe that's time certain, 2:00, giving some of the outside presenters. And I'm reminded I need to get with Lucinda on this series and what we can expect over the course of this series, because this will be a reoccurring theme. And then county manager evaluation. So looking forward to that and we have 3 hours scheduled beginning at 3:00 for that in executive session. Justice Bus in Williams, September 18th. So we're getting out there with our Justice Bus, and that's really a great coordination with Diana, our CJCC coordinator, and also our judges, and really coordinating with their schedules and our bench recognition of getting out in the community. We've heard I believe it was Tuba City, was that last week, 4 marriages? Yeah, so it's really an opportunity for people to work with the justice system on some situations that need attention and maybe need some cleaning up, but also some celebrations of marriages. And I think that's always fun for the judges to be able to perform those ceremonies. And then on September 18th, CS County Supervisors Association Medium County Caucus meeting. It's on a Thursday. September 23rd, our National Public Service Awards. And we have a quorum posting for that on September 23rd. And then a night meeting beginning at 6 p.m. with the public hearing for a residential subdivision near Mormon Lake for that item. It's my understanding that Chair Horseman will be on virtually for this, and we will celebrate Public Lands Day as well on that day.
I'll be celebrating
I know.
Mount AM too, because
We
I'll
know
be
you-
in a public land going to Mono County for the WIR conference.
And so that is also agendized for a quorum September 23rd through the 28th, the National Association of Counties Western Interstate Region Business Meeting in Mono County, California. September 30th, we have the recognition of Public Works for receiving the American Public Works Association for the reaccreditation, and this is quite an accomplishment. Having been through it, I can tell you that it really challenges the department to go through our practices, our procedures, comparing to other areas, and how are we comparing, how are our practices and procedures standing up to the challenges that we face. And it's really a great recognition for our Public Works Department. And reaffirmation that it really is a great department with great people doing great things. So also on September 30th, we have the Coconino Community College presentation regarding the bond election. I spoke to Dr. Heiser today and said we're looking forward to that presentation from them. And then the update on the wildfire insurance crisis as well. Again, part of that series, and we'll get with Flood Control District Director Andriani on what to expect in that series. I believe there's one that follows this as well. Conservation easement information and updates from Director Nemeth in Parks and Recreation. And then a session with our county attorney, Ammon Barker, on legal implications of government activity orders at the federal, state, and local level, with the option to go into executive session if there are any things of concern out there that need that level of attention. And we have on here twice, or actually, Lindsay, this might be mine. We have the bond election on here twice, so we'll just kind of clean that up. We're confirming time, right? Yeah, thank you, Clerk Daly. And then an evening, we have 5 p.m. time certain, published, done by Community Development Subdivision in Valley for a commercial lodging and workforce housing proposal. And we expect to have quite a few community members with us on the evening of September 30th. Justice Buss and Page on October, now we're into October, and like you said, Chair Horseman, we have ourselves planned out through into December. So the Alliance meeting we have on October 3rd, and that's a group of Coconino Community College, Flagstaff Unified School District, City of Flagstaff, Coconino County, Mountain Line, et cetera, to get together. And with those, the chair and vice chair attends those meetings. And then October 7th, work session on the comprehensive plan and proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance. Again, you'll see this appear again, the wildfire insurance crisis. And then Treasurer Benatar will provide to us a year-end report. And then Director Hanachek with Facilities will discuss our Route 66 Brownfield Coalition Environmental Protection Agency Brownfield Assessments Grant. Then we get into October 14th. Also worth noting, as we get into October, we do want to schedule a joint meeting with the City of Flagstaff, Coconino County around this time, if I remember correctly, Clerk Daly. So I mentioned it to the city manager today and the clerk as well. So we'll get that, Clerk Salzberg. So we'll work to get that scheduled, and probably a topic for that would be the regional plan, comprehensive plan conversation. And I know we can fill that agenda with many items that are worthy of discussion. So we are still on October 14th. That is an evening meeting, and CJCC recognition of award winners, and then a public hearing if needed with community development. I don't know that we'll have any, but we'll hold that space. And then please note that October 21st and 22nd, we have a court leadership conference here in Flagstaff. There is a welcome reception that we posted for quorum. It will be at Little America, and we'll have court leaders from throughout the state joining us here in Flagstaff. So it's always, we've attended those historically, and it's always good to talk to other court criminal justice leaders throughout our state and how they're facing and managing the issues that and concerns that we face today. And then October 21st is a day meeting. This is the final, if I remember correctly, the wildfire insurance crisis topic for that. And then Parks and Recreation rules will also be discussed. And then Finance Director Mulaney, Chief Fiscal Officer, will talk about our update for our district budgets. How are we tracking? How's it looking? satisfaction with the process, et cetera. And then all of that in preparation for our County Supervisors Association Legislative Summit in Yuma for October 28th through the 30th. And I think I'll stop at the end of October. I believe this is a bit later, this legislative summit, than what we've held in the past. That said, I think we're accommodating for travel and weather in Yuma, so that will give it an opportunity to cool off a bit for that legislative gathering. So it's Yuma's turn to host. We've hosted it here in the past, and I think people always look forward to, when's Coconino County going to host next, because it's great here and we do a great job. So I'll stop there. Oh, wait, no, I won't. I'm excited to announce November 5th, we will have our board retreat for strategic planning. And I think, Chair, you probably wanted to announce that as well.
No, you should go ahead and do it. I was going
Very
to
excited to announce November 5th. It's a special day. It's actually my birthday.
That's why.
Shameless plug, shameless plug. And it's an opportunity for us to gather in a special place, and that will be the south rim of the Grand Canyon, to celebrate who we are, where we are, what we believe in, and an opportunity for us to connect and take on the issues together. And we always do a great job with that.
Thank you. And I was going to ask you, today was also, I know we're looking in the future, but we were just a couple hours ago at the United Way of Northern Arizona kickoff campaign for their upcoming campaign drive. And Coconino County made a commitment. And so I would love you to talk about that commitment a little bit, of how we're going to join United Way. United is the Way is their campaign theme for this coming year. And of course, many of us here have been fortunate enough to work in partnership with the United Way over the years to provide for community members. So why don't you explain a little bit what we're doing?
Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board. We, Coconino County, did set a goal. We are goal setters of raising $30,000 for this campaign. It is a bit of a stretch goal, but we believe that we can accomplish this stretch goal. We'll be out meeting with departments and talking about the benefit of United Way to our community. I will always go to the talking point of when we've been overwhelmed with disaster. And for me personally, it was very hard to admit that I personally was overwhelmed and that we were overwhelmed, particularly with coordinating volunteer efforts and helping people that wanted to help find a place to help. And being able to work directly with people in a place where local government we were just not able to serve that direct impact interest at the time. United Way stepped in. We do have an intergovernmental agreement with them, and that's been a very positive relationship for us through the years, because why? Unfortunately, we have managed ourselves through natural disasters, and the partnerships are so valuable in that. We also heard today at the United Way breakfast the concern about and the real community issue of raising children, raising kids in this community, and what they may be going through. And as for me personally, as a parent of teenagers, I find a lot of difficulties with that, as we know we all do, in understanding the current world, where they're coming from, Snapchat, Facebook, all the social media concerns, having lived through COVID, et cetera, and the concern about people thinking about taking their own lives, that this world is just so difficult, and this is happening at a younger age. And we're so thankful that United Way and are bringing people together. That's what United Way does, to look at the interest of youth in our community and the future of our community, and how we're helping them navigate this world. With that, I did really, the quote really resonated with me personally from Rumi, whereas when you gain wisdom, and I'm paraphrasing, but as you gain wisdom, you learn to work on yourself. And when you can work on yourself, you can help the world. And I think we all experience that. And we're all those people. We are those people in the community. And I'm thankful to be a part of the group that does that. We're all lighthouses. We are. Thank you.
Thank you. We have our work cut out for us. We can raise $30,000 here from Coconino County. By the way, I want to note, and I hope the City of Flagstaff is listening, is I would like to take note that we have committed to a much higher goal than the city of Flagstaff. So we're gonna have to buckle down and make sure we get it done. So thank you, and thanks for the leadership for us to make the United Way a very successful program. See, one of the things they did, which I think also is a connection to what we're talking about in terms of the Cocoa Community College bond, is they really talked for youth, the importance for there to be technical and vocational programming available for youth. And, Cocoa Community College does just that with other things as well. So, really appreciated it. And there's going to be a new teen center in Holbrook, which was pretty exciting too.
That is very exciting, and I have to tell you, I made a personal connection with that. Tonica, the young lady that presented on that teen center, actually purchased a piece of her artwork 8 year ago, and we had remembered one another, and she was a young artist, and it was displayed. Anyway, Core is her last name. And so the amazing things that she's doing and giving back to her community that she grew up in Joseph City, and the opportunities that are needed and the commitment to that, it's really inspiring.
Any other comments or questions? We're almost up to high noon, and we'll take a lunch break until 1:15. And I do think that Supervisor Pancrazzi as well as Craig Sullivan will join us for lunch. So we'll go on up to lunch and see you all back here at 1:15.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Here,
Are they here?
here,
Oh, they
our
are.
guests are here.
Good.
The
Good
guests are here.
morning. Almost afternoon. We'll see you upstairs. are right on time, and we are back. We had a nice lunch with our CSA folks that are visiting us, and they'll be with us here in a minute. But before we go there, we have a very important matter for us in a public hearing for this board to discuss. Since we did take a break, I'm going to go ahead and just quickly let the board members introduce themselves. Patrice Horseman, Chair of the Board, and Supervisor from District 1. District 2.
Good afternoon, everybody. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
And District 3.
Good afternoon, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And District 4 is Supervisor Begay on with us? Do we know?
No, Chair, she is not.
All right, District 5.
District 5, Lena Fowler.
Present and all accounted for as we move forward. Number 22. This is a public hearing. It's consideration of possible action to approve the adoption of one ordinance 2025-04 to amend the United Health Code, chapters 1 through 17, to improve clarity and reflect modern business practices, and 2, ordinance 2025-05, amending the ordinance 2024-08, regulating unlicensed establishments to align with ordinance 2025-04 amendments put forward by the Coconino County Health and Human Services Health District Environmental Health Program. Now, we are staying as the Board of Supervisors. We do not have to go in as the Health and Human Services Board. Is that correct?
Correct. It's just a county ordinance that's being adopted today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for that clarification. So we are going to have HHS Deputy Director Eve Walters, who is going to present. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we get there, Erica Philpott has a few words to say. Sorry, Deputy County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. As Deputy Director Eve Walters makes her way up, I'd just like to add a few comments. So Coconino County Health and Human Services Environmental Health Program provides inspections and regulatory oversight for a variety of businesses throughout Coconino County to protect public health and safety. Health and Human Services is bringing forward changes to the Coconino County Health and Human Services Unified Health Code for the board's consideration. The Unified Health Code is designed and intended to provide standards for the protection of the health of the people of Coconino County and to prevent the creation or maintenance of unhealthy, unsanitary conditions or public health nuisances. I'd like to say thank you to the Health and Human Services team, including Chief Health Officer Michelle Axland, who's here today, Deputy Director Eve Walters, who will be presenting, and all the staff that have joined us today that are sitting there in the back row, as well as the County Attorney's Office for their partnership in these updates. And Deputy Director Walters is ready to present.
And first and foremost, I wondered who was all here in the back row. I got to tell you, it's like, what are we doing that all these people are? No, thank you for joining us. And it's great to see you all. And I'm not sure we know you. Would you mind, just if we take a moment, and Eve, would you mind introducing who you've got with you?
Absolutely.
Thank
Yes,
you.
absolutely. So Chair Horseman, members of the board, County Manager, it's a pleasure to be here today. And for all of you that may have spent some time looking at these codes, I apologize if your eyesight is worse after that, but thank you for doing that. So I would like to first thank Angela Lane, County Attorney's Office, for all of her eyes and edits and revisions that we worked on for the last 7 or 8 months. And then would also like to introduce our staff, because these really are the folks that are doing the work out in the field every day to protect public health and safety. So I'm gonna have to get used to this mic, I think. To begin with, I'd like to introduce Sabrina Kelly. She is a regulatory manager and oversees animal services as well as environmental health. We have Wendy Maurer, who is our environmental health supervisor. She also does all of our plan reviews for new businesses coming in and continues to inspect in the field. We have Mark Harms. Mark is a bit of a unique staff member because he's not only helping with environmental health, he also does Smoke-Free Arizona. And Smoke-Free Arizona is a county-wide, all business-wide program. And asking Mark, I think he told me once it takes him 3 years to hit every business in the county. One individual doing that. We have Sam Decker. He is the mastermind behind the scenes. So he's our regulatory specialist and really keeps us where we need to be most of the time. And then we have Alex Gamera, one of our newest environmental health inspectors, Leslie Martinez. She also runs our special event programming, which is a different animal all into itself. We have Claire Wahlberg and Grace Olson, some of our newer inspectors as well. Thank you all for
being
coming.
here. Yeah, welcome and thank you for being here. It's great to meet you.
Okay, so today we're here to review amendments to the Coconino County Unified Health Code, as well as the Unlicensed Establishments Ordinance, because we had to do a little revision there once we overhauled the Unified Health Code. So we will be doing a short dive into history of how we got where we are today, as well as an overview of the updates, talk about some stricter regulations we're asking the board to consider, look at the Unlicensed Establishments Ordinance, and of course, answer any questions that the board or public may have. So how we got where we are today, and some of you will remember way back to 2019 when it was once the Environmental Services Code, and it was a compilation of environmental health, environmental quality, animal services, and some code enforcement. They were all compiled. At that time, we decided to pull out the Environmental Health Code and give it its own set of its own ordinance to really help direct the program. We also simplified the code significantly at that time, and we relied heavily on state and federal codes to help direct the work. What we learned was that state and federal codes leave out a lot of practical application. So it left our inspectors and our business community uncertain where to find things in our code. It didn't mean that we stopped enforcing those things. It just meant we didn't have somewhere easy to point to that helped everyone be on the same page of what was expected. So we decided to update, clarify, and really bring our codes into 2025, just to ensure that we were really moving forward with the trends. And to give you a sense, there are 17 chapters to this code, and we touch every one of them. Some of the chapters or some of the businesses that we regulate include body art, schools, pools and spas, hotels, motels, all types of food establishments, playground, or not playgrounds really, schools, I said that. What am I missing? I'm missing several. Public nuisance complaints, as well as our campgrounds, RV parks, trailer coach parks. So we've got quite a bit underneath our scope of influence. Gone are the days that we can expect things to stay static. They've never really been that way. And things are continuing to change in an ever rapid fashion, more so than ever before. We've seen unique food ingredients that we've never seen before, uses of supplements with dramatic health claims ending up in food. We're seeing a resurgence, or an insurgence rather, of bed bugs, and lots of creative business ideas. We don't have the luxury anymore to assume that our food is safe to ingest. And it's not just folks that have severe allergies that have to worry about it. We all need to educate ourselves on what it is that we're actually putting in our mouths and our bodies. So, as I mentioned, people are getting innovative in their business ideas. And several years ago, luxury camping came on the scene, or glamping, enhanced camping, whatever you would like to call it, where it wasn't just a blank tent pad that you brought your own bedding, you brought your own bed, you brought your own structure. Now establishments were setting up that you could still sleep in a tent, but they were going to provide the bedding and the linens and everything else for you. Well, that changes how we need to look at those establishments. And prior to now, inspectors were using a combination of chapters between campgrounds, hotels, and motels to try to accommodate this new form of business. So we've simplified that for them and for our community, so that we prevent things like this and keep our establishments in a sanitary fashion for all of the patrons that visit them. So we've got stained, soiled mattresses and pillows here. We also obviously want to prevent this, and all of these pictures are from, unfortunately, are from our community. So these are not taken from somewhere else. Bed bugs used to be a thing that we thought about when we traveled abroad or maybe to third world countries. And they are quite happy hitchhikers. They certainly have come to North America, and they are non-discriminatory when they decide between a budget accommodation or a high-end accommodation. They're happy to go anywhere.
You had to put this on just after lunch, didn't you?
Well, so you might want to hold your tummies for a second here. I'm not exactly sure what sort of seasoning or flavoring that the folks of this establishment were looking to imbibe in their meat. I might choose the tree seasoned version of the poultry on the right there over the pork hanging from the swamp cooler. But this is something we did encounter, and this is something that we seek to protect against. This is not to our standards of a safe to eat food product. Something you may not realize that we do is we do inspect ice machines, whether they're in hotels, convenience stores, as well as ice making machines. And these pictures, unfortunately, are ice machines that have not been cleaned and cared for. So we've got mold on the left and some kind of goo. I'm not really sure what it is that is developed on the right. So when you're ordering ice with your drinks, think of us. And we also do things like public nuisance complaints. Anything that has the ability or the possibility of breeding a vector like flies, mice, general filth, we get involved in as well. So although we regulate licensed facilities, we also work with individuals on an individual basis to clean up things like this. And this is an example of a hoarding property. We often work with code enforcement on these kind of things as well. So we cross all sectors and levels of the community. There are a lot of words on this page, and I'm not going to read them. The 10 chapters that you're looking at here are the chapters of the 17 that received the largest overhaul. That we added quite a bit of information in, we updated, not necessarily things that we weren't already regulating, but also preparing for things of the future. So for example, cold plunges for the public. Not a therapeutic cold plunge, but one that is open to the public to use. We've added that in there now to try to get ahead of the trend. We're hearing it on the, we're hearing things, we're seeing things, and to update our codes to incorporate some of those things as well. Most of the codes, I said we touched all of the chapters, so most of the chapters really got definition updates, changing of language to bring it more up to modern times, and just kind of doing an overhaul to make sure that when we reincorporated past information in, that it met current standards. And these chapters, we're going to go into some of them a little bit more deeply today. And if you did look through the red line copy, you saw a lot of red. There was a lot going on in our codes. We also added a chapter to that, which was chapter 17, which is a delegated duty from the state to regulate complaints for portable toilets, which can be, vector breeding, very fragrant things on properties. So we do regulate that as well. There were 4 chapters that we felt needed a little bit more, to be a little bit more stringent than what our state code said. And as you all likely know, we are allowed to be more stringent than state code, but we cannot be in direct opposition of state code. So these chapters are asking to be a little bit more stringent, and we're going to dive into each of these more deeply, but this is just a brief overview. Chapter 2, which is really our enforcement chapter, it lays out all of the expectations that the business community can expect from the county, as well as what the county would expect from the business community, and what happens if those expectations are not followed and met. So in there, we've asked for a slightly more stringent regulation or a new enforcement tool for our revocation process. Chapter 5 and 12 address our campgrounds, RV parks, trailer coach parks, and there we've put in some expectations around fires. No one in this room is a stranger to fires. Our community is currently going through some significant fires, as well as in the past have gone through very significant fires. And though we do not regulate fires, we wanted to put in some guardrails to keep that activity safe at our campgrounds, RV parks, and trailer coach parks. We also had to insert information in there around the expectations regarding managing pests, because now we have beds and linens and all of these things, so we've outlined what is expected. If you have a community kitchen, community showers, you're providing bedding, linens, tents, those kind of things. And in our food chapter, which is the most rapidly evolving industry, we've added quite a bit of information, but we're going to talk about some limits we would like to put on cottage food today, menu items and how we're going to look to deal with those, and some more stringent requirements of our mobile food units. So we'll look at all of that. So to begin with, we'll start with chapter 2, which is our enforcement chapter. And we've really added some clarification here. I think in meeting with all of you, one of the questions that you had was, are there ways for businesses to do things when they are outside of the codes? They really have this great idea, they really want to do it. And so we have put in some information in there around the process to get a variance if you want to do something outside of a code, a HACCP plan, which is basically a hazard mitigation plan that tells us how you are going to keep the public safe and from getting sick from this different thing that you want to do. We've outlined the process of administrative hearings and made it very clear for inspectors and the public how that process works. We've inserted some information in there around the criminal process. So environmental health inspectors have always had the ability to write citations. We've never used that tool before, but we have outlined how that tool could be used in this chapter going forward into the future. And we've also explained the process for public nuisance complaints. As I mentioned, we don't only really regulate licensed establishments, we also work with the public in different ways as well. So this outlines how that could work both for a business and an individual. Where we've asked to be more stringent is the ability for environmental health inspectors to seize or discard product or equipment. This is not something that we do often, but if there is an imminent danger for public health, this is something that we could employ. For example, we go into an establishment and the temperature of the food, they've got raw meat on the counter at 59 degrees. We don't know how long it's been sitting there. We don't know how long it's been at that temperature. At that point, we're asking the establishment to throw it away. It's not safe to serve to the public. If they so chose not to throw it away, because this could have a real ramification for a foodborne illness, we would have the ability to throw that product away. An example of needing to throw away equipment is cutting boards. Cutting boards like to get some nice grooves in them over time. And in those grooves collect old food material, growing lots of yummy bacteria. You put your nice clean food on top and it picks up all that gunk in the grooves. And so we would have the ability, if needed, if the establishment refused to replace or discard that product, that we could come back and seize that equipment and throw it away. And it's really all about, the purpose of this program is all about protecting public health and safety. And we'll do that as we need to while working with our business community to ensure that they are in compliance to keep our public safe and their patrons safe. We've also added more in our code about menu items, and in particular in Chapter 2, because this is where the process all starts. When a new business comes in, they want to start a business in Coconino County, they start with us in the plan review process. And part of that process is they need to provide us with a list of menu items. And maybe we see on that list that they would like to include hemp THC or CBD or some kind of ingredient that really is not what we would consider food. We could stop that application process there, work with the business to get them to a place that the ingredients they're using would be qualified to be served as food. We've also, and this goes back to revocations, we've also added another tool to our revocation process that an establishment that has more than 2 revocations of their license in a 3-year period could be prevented from operating a business in Coconino County for a 3-year period. And we're going to look at the process of enforcement here on the next slide to walk you through what that means and how that works. Okay, so here are our primary enforcement actions. We have closures, suspensions, and revocations. Closures are what are used most often. The other two, in the 7 years that I've been over this division, we've used once. So it's not something we do all of the time. But should we need it, they're there to support keeping our communities safe. A closure could happen because of an imminent health hazard. It could be because there are more than 7 critical violations or priority violations on their inspection report. And those violations are the violations that have the highest propensity for somebody to get sick if they are out of compliance. It could also be that they're operating under an expired license, which is not legal. Within a closure, there is an option for a business to voluntarily close. So let's say that they have no hot water, and they think that they could get a plumber in by the end of the day or within 24 hours. We have a good working relationship with that business. We trust them. We allow them to voluntarily close. That means they're locking their door, they're putting their own sign on the door, letting the public know we're closed. They're avoiding the red sticker of shame, which we also use if we need to alert the public that this establishment has been closed by the health department. In that case, it's often used in cases we may not be sure that that business is going to close, as we've asked. It may be that it is going to be a longer closure. It may take 10 days to fix whatever's going on. So those are our closures. We can also move to a suspension, which typically are longer. Suspensions can't be beyond 20 days before we have to reinspect. And they often involve a pattern of noncompliance. We've been working with this business. We've been going through follow-up inspections, closures. We keep working with them. We're just not seeing that anything is really changing. They need more time to go through a work plan and really get their processes in order. It could also occur, as written into the revised code, if there are 2 or more closures within a 12-month period. So as I mentioned, when we go through a closure, staff are working with businesses pretty intensively, being very clear about what's expected, offering solutions, suggestions, going back, trying to help that business come into compliance. Sometimes, and it is very rare, we have a willful obstruction or failure to cooperate, in which case they are truly unwilling to work with us and kind of work through how to get to a place of compliance. We could suspend their license until they're willing to get into compliance with codes. Suspensions can be extended. And the one that we did, I think we extended them 3 times before the business was really ready to open. So they were closed 3 months by the time it was said and done. A revocation really is going back to the drawing board. That license is now closed. They cannot use it anymore. And there's a 90-day wait period before they could reapply for a new license to operate. This could occur because of 2 or more suspensions within 24 months. So we've been working with this business. This has been going on maybe for years. Multiple staff have been involved in trying to help this business come into compliance, and we're still not seeing it. This is where we've added the extra tool of if a business has been gone through more than 2 revocations in a 3-year period, they could be prevented from operating in Coconino County for 3 years. And that really is because of the amount of time, effort, money, energy, taxpayer dollars that have gone into getting this business into compliance. There is a caveat with our revocations. If we find a business to have misrepresented themselves during the plan review process, great example of this is a business comes and says, I want to open a bakery, coffee shop, and smoothie bar, and I'm going to use these ingredients on my menu. We go and inspect. We walk in and we notice on the counter there are dosages for some of their ingredients. Ingredients don't have dosages. That's not how that works. We go into the back and we see tubs of items that really are not food. We're looking at CBD or some other product that are being dosed into our lattes, our smoothies. They've misrepresented the business they're doing. So we say, all this stuff has to go. This stuff has to be thrown away. It cannot be here. They do that. We go back. Now, instead of it being on top of the counter, that product has been tucked underneath. It's hidden in the back room, but they're still dosing people's food with non-food items. That could be a situation where we would revoke their license, ask them to go back to the drawing board and come back to us with the true business they want to run. And then we would work with them from there on how to get that business into compliance to operate. Any questions about that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Let me start all over. On the closure until corrected column, third bullet point, operating with an expired license. What would happen in a situation if you went into an establishment and it was like crystal clear clean? I mean, it was just off the charts. And somehow in their administration, someone forgot to renew the license.
It happens.
Okay.
It does happen.
I believe it, and I can see how it could happen. You know, a lot of stuff is mailed and so on and so forth. So let's say that you're at this establishment. It is in absolutely primo condition, but they're operating, it's expired. Is there something, Grace, that you can do there before, putting the red sticker on?
Businesses are given, so they first receive their notice letter that their license is about to expire. Then they receive a follow-up letter, a reminder that their license is expired. Then they receive a hand-delivered, you have 5 days to pay. So if they still haven't, let's say that none of that happened, they would have the option to pay on the spot. They don't have to close in the moment. If they're willing to pay their license on the spot, they can continue as they are. If we've made multiple contacts and they still haven't paid, we're probably closing them that day. If this is the first time that they've heard of, like somehow the system failed us and they didn't get any notices, we're willing to work with businesses. Though we're regulators, I always say that this group of staff are educators first and they are regulators second. Our goal is to not shut businesses down. Our goal is to assist businesses in operating effectively and safely. So we can work within certain bounds, certainly.
Okay, that does answer the question. I didn't realize until right now that if mailing had failed, which was what I had indicated, you guys actually walk in.
We do.
And deliver it. So at that point, it'd be really hard to say, I just didn't know.
Right. Now, that has happened too, though. We have a manager who did not pass that walked-in letter on to the owner, and the owner didn't pay. So we have had that happen as well. But as long as businesses are willing to work with us, we're willing to work with them.
Okay, and then going back, so using the example that you had, if you go into a facility and you find meat or poultry product on the counter and it's 59 degrees and you want to have them thrown away, or you're looking to have the ability to actually seize that product and throw it away, is that seize it right then?
There's kind of two answers to that question. So the first answer is, if it is an imminent health hazard, it is going to cause sickness, we do have the right to mitigate that on the spot. If it's something like the cutting board that, they don't maybe have one right in their back storage closet, we can give them 24 hours to abate that before we would step in and abate it for them. So it really depends on the level of risk. How likely or how dangerous is this thing? And if it's quite dangerous and we need to manage it immediately, we have that ability to do that in code. Our preference always is that the establishment mitigate their own issues. So the establishment recognize that's not safe and toss it out.
Right. Okay, okay, and thank you for that explanation. And I'm just assuming that when you throw it away, it's not in their garbage can. You take your own bag and you remove it from the
Well,
premises.
It often is in their own or in their dumpster. It must be taken out. We must see them throw it in their dumpster. And or destroy it. So pour bleach on it, those kind of things to make sure that it is not pulled out and served to someone. I would like to say that has never happened, but occasionally folks try that kind of
Okay.
thing.
I know, I know these questions seem a little ridiculous, but they're
They're great
sincere.
questions, yeah.
And I think you already answered this question, but some of the things that you're talking about, they've already been there. They're already in code.
Correct, yes,
It's just reorganization and stating it in a clear fashion.
yes.
Yeah,
We really wanted this code to be readable and usable to both our business community and our inspectors, and state things clearly enough that there's some room for interpretation, because there's things we could never imagine that are going to happen in the future, and we don't want to be boxed into a corner and not able to use our codes, but they're clear enough that it gives people the general direction of the guardrails. These are the guardrails you need to be in between to be in compliance.
all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, one of my concerns is you have a revocation. They have basically had more than 2 revocations in more than 3 years, but they reopen under a different name. What do you have to ensure that they just aren't going down the street and reopening under a different
Absolutely.
name?
Thank you for that question. And actually, after we met with you, I reached out to Angela and said, what do you think about this? And so we did insert some language in there that includes not just an individual, but a corporation, partnerships, those kind of things. So we did expand that. Thank you for that question and comment when we met before. Any other?
Any other comments, questions? Please proceed.
Okay. So as I mentioned, enforcement has a huge cost to it. Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
So closure, does that mean permanent closure?
No, just until they correct whatever it is that needs to be corrected.
Unless they decide they're going to do their own closure.
Right. So there's us closing them, putting I called it the red sticker of shame on their front door or window. It has to be visible to the public. Or there is an option for a voluntary closure. The business can close itself. We don't put the sticker up. They put signage on their door alerting the public that they're closed for cleaning or whatever it is. And then we come back, re-inspect before they're allowed to reopen. It's at the discretion of the inspectors and their supervisor if that tool is allowed to be used or not. And it really has to do with the history, the relationship with that business, and knowing they're going to honor that. Okay, so enforcement costs quite a bit of time, resources, money, as I mentioned, taxpayer dollars. This is a list of folks that when we start moving into suspensions and revocations, we have to start pulling in more people. We have the inspector that normally inspects that business. We often send a second inspector, more eyes to see what's going on and have witness in that business is really important. It involves the environmental health supervisor. It often involves the regulatory manager. It makes its way up to the deputy director level as we're talking through how to help that business be successful and what next steps are. Once you move into suspensions and revocations, you have the right to a hearing. And that starts at the chief health officer level, so it can often involve the director. Now, we have many layers of staff that are involved in this, hours of work to prepare that file or that for that meeting with the chief health officer. It can involve county attorneys, hearing officers that we have to hire, as well as judges. So this is When we have gotten to the point that we are asking to revoke a license, it has been a lot of resources poured into that for the most part. Questions on that one? Okay. So moving out of sort of the heavy end of things, with our campgrounds, RV parks, and trailer coach parks, we really wanted to add a little bit more in there that gave some guardrails around fires, so that if that property has fire pits, open grills, those kind of things, we're asking those license holders to have some managerial control on that. We're asking that they have somebody on site that is checking and making sure when people go to bed, when they check out of that campsite, the fire is out. It's not smoldering. Making sure that those rings over time don't become encroached upon by other burnable, like trees growing up next to our fire rings, that they're keeping that property clean, and that folks, when they're using the fire rings, are not burning things that are unsafe to inhale. Smoke in and of itself is not good to inhale, but when you start burning things like plastic and that beautiful black smoke that curls up, it's a carcinogen, and we don't want folks inhaling that either. So we've just added some information into these chapters that require them to have some managerial controls. And as I mentioned, we've also expanded the expectations to include how they deal with their shelters, linen, they're doing community kitchens, and bathhouses. The fire section is new. It is more stringent than we've had in there in the past. Our food establishments, and as I mentioned, this is the most rapidly evolving industry. We really can't keep up. The FDA can't keep up. There's a lot going on there that we're trying to kind of wrap our hands around to keep our community safe. So the first thing I'd like to talk about, as you may remember, last year the cottage food rules passed, and those rules or legislation essentially allowed any homeowner or any person to cook any kind of food within their home kitchen and sell it to the public. We'd like to ask that we limit some of those locations. They can absolutely sell from their home. They can sell online. They can sell through a third-party distributor like Uber Eats or DoorDash. They can sell in an establishment, a licensed establishment, so they could have their cottage food in, let's say, the lobby of a hotel. They could be in a supermarket, as long as it is clearly labeled, they're following cottage food rules, they have their cottage food certificate. What we're asking is that they be limited and not allowed to sell on any street corner or in any parking lot. We have our mobile food units that are licensed. We have our brick and mortars that are licensed. They're doing a significant more in terms of, they're held to a significantly higher standard. And to have somebody roll up, open the trunk of their car and sell burritos out of the back of their trunk in front of another business is not necessarily the most fair to those business owners. Now, a couple of you asked a great question. Well, what if the business owner wants them there? What if they say it's okay for them to prop up in front of their business or in their parking lot? In that case, if we find out they're following the rules of cottage food, we've talked to the manager or owner of that establishment and they say, yes, we're fine with it, then we're fine with it too. So we have the ability to be flexible. We just want to give some guardrails for what is allowable. The public has to make a lot of decisions around what they eat, and having kind of our, having cottage food mixed in that mix makes it more difficult, especially when we had what we had last year with unlicensed vendors selling. We had our meat vendors, we had our fruit vendors, and they were propping up on any street corner and in any parking lot as well. And they looked legitimate. So limiting that a little, and I forgot to mention that they could also be at sanctioned events, so they could be at farm markets or festivals. So the limiting factor is not any street corner, any parking lot, all the time, anytime. We've also added some language in there, a couple of sentences in there around generally recognized as safe ingredients, that the burden of proof rests with the business that wants to do something unique. Boy, I really want to put adaptogenic mushrooms in my lattes. I really want to make adaptogenic mushroom chocolates. And they're showing up on grocery store shelves. but it has not been approved as a safe ingredient. In fact, the FDA said there is no reason or in any form that that is safe to ingest. Adaptogenic mushrooms are often used as a therapy in other countries and overseen by a medical provider, not to have as part of my daily morning coffee ritual. So we have put the burden of proof back on the business owner to prove to us that that would be safe in food. And we've also added some greater requirements for mobile food units. So the state code says mobile food units do not need to return to their commissary except for every 96 hours. When we look at some of the mobile food units we have in our community, they're busy, they're complex, they're doing a lot of things, and 96 hours is a long time not to go back, prep your food, empty your wastewater, refill your water tanks. So we have written into our code that a mobile food unit would need to return to their commissary every 24 hours unless deemed otherwise by the district. Not all would need to go back every 24 hours. It would be based on the complexity of their business model. So again, there's flexibility within it. It's not you must all the time. It's based on what they're doing. We've also written in a requirement, which is more stringent, that once a year, mobile food units come to the King Street office for an inspection. That's new. And that really is because we want to make sure that they are actually staying mobile, that they have not permanently affixed themselves to a property. If they've done that, there's a different set of rules that they have to abide by. Questions?
Yes, they have to come to you. You are not going to their site. They've got to wheel their
Push
whatever
cart,
it is, food truck,
Vehicle.
trailer, whatever it is.
Yes.
That's interesting.
Yes. So twice a year, we will go to them. We want to see where they're operating, what that site looks like. But once a year, so they have an extra inspection added to them, they have to come to us so that we can make sure, as I said, that they're remaining mobile. That is the point of them. They pay lesser fees. The standards that they're held to are different than brick and mortars.
Because some of them are looking awfully, how
Permanent.
you say, settled in their place.
Yes.
So that'll be interesting.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yes. And we have had a couple that we really questioned if they ever moved it. And certainly when we told them they had to move it, it looked a little bit sketchy going down the road. So it probably had not been moved in a long time. So the final piece of this is that we had to update the unlicensed establishment ordinance, which the board approved last year to manage our unlicensed vendors. And this really was in response to, as I mentioned, the food vendors that were propping up on our street corners and parking lots that did not have a license. They were not regulated, they were not inspected, and we could not verify where that food had come from and that it was safe. These updates were really just to synchronize or align with the updates to the Unified Health Code. Because we made so many, we wanted to make sure that the two codes were consistent and worked together. So there were much less updates into that code. So I'm going to skip past that one and come back to it. Are there any questions?
Any questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you for this presentation. One quick question and then a comment. On the chapter 5, the campgrounds, where it's talking about fires, that is a new one. And specifically, so it's regulation, I guess, 5.2.3 fires E. Coordination with local fire districts is required to confirm the allowance of fire apparatus and develop plans to address fire concerns.
Yes.
And have you guys spoken with the fire districts, with any of the fire districts on this, and they are in agreement?
We haven't spoken with them specifically about this in this way. We've had other campgrounds that have set up, and we have spoken with community development. So let me back up there. So one of the requirements for community development is that they work with fire districts when they're setting up these kind of establishments. So we're dovetailing a requirement for community development zoning. But it is a great comment, and certainly with outside of the county, because environmental health regulates all of the county, whether it's a municipality or unincorporated area. So we certainly will reach forward on that as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I was just going to add a comment on the cost of enforcement when you were talking about that. And I appreciate you giving I guess, how much it costs, the process that it goes through, because I was actually going to ask about that. Because if there is a violator, they basically have due process, for lack of a better word to say, to say it any other way. That it's not like we can have an inspector that, got hired yesterday. This is an exaggerated scenario. But it has to go through a lot by the time there is a revocation, and especially a revocation that would result in a 3-year loss.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Revocation does have that one little caveat, though, remembering that if a business is misrepresenting what they're doing and it is a danger to the public, we might skip some of those steps and move towards a revocation. That's the only one with a real caveat like that. But typically, if we have been working with that business over years, we've put in a lot of effort and time to help that business do what they need to do. And if they're just refusing, they don't have enough education, whatever it is, then they need to take time out, get those pieces in place, and then they can come back. But it's going to take more than a month. It's, if we've already closed them for months.
Okay, well, I just want to tell you, because you answered my question before I even asked it, because I just wanted to, I just appreciate the way that you did give that presentation, because that was a concern of mine. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, team, for all the hard work. That was a lot of chapters in there. And I'm really glad that you're filling in the holes, because when we were reviewing it, it was noticeable some of the gaps that were there. And so the fact that you're going through and unifying this health code is really important. So that was something that we learned when we were going through the unlicensed vendors process, about how we can only do so much, but we want to do as much as we can to help support people be licensed or be in compliance, right? But
Right.
at the end of the day, it's that business or that individual that has to choose to be compliant. And so thank you for all your hard work to help folks get there. And this ordinance, or this guidance book, is important because it's the playbook for folks on to know what they need to do in order to be compliant. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
And I know we're still in a public hearing phase, so we'll have an opportunity to comment after the public hearing too, so.
Yeah, I skipped ahead to questions. I certainly wanted to address your questions before asking the board to take an action to approve these 2 ordinances. Any other questions?
If that's the case, members of the board, I think this is appropriate, and I really appreciate the information, appreciate the time you've spent individually with each of us to go over the changes. Now, of course, is the time for the public to be heard on this new health code with the amendments that have been set forth and some of the highlights that have been presented here just a few minutes ago. So what I'd like to do is open this now for the public hearing. I want to remind speakers that when they're here for the public hearing, to state their name and their place of residence. We are going to open it now and take comments. I'm going to ask our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to explain to the public how they might be able to attend via the internet if they are not with us here in person. So before we take comments from anybody that may be in the room with us, let's go ahead and turn this over to Lindsay to explain to the public how they can appear via the internet.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that is watching the meeting virtually through our YouTube channel, You can send a comment in to boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. Again, that's boardcomments@coconino.az.gov. And that will show up in our inbox that we can then read from the comment. If you're here in person and you'd like to make a comment on this public hearing item, you can make your way up to the podium. We don't have that many people here. So if you want to come on up to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And again, as the chair said, if you could please state your name and address for our minutes.
Now is the time, members of the public, to be heard on the new health code. Doesn't look like anybody's in the room. How about anybody on the internet or anybody responded with written comments?
We do not have any comments in our inbox, Chair.
All right, this is the final call to be heard on the Unified Health Code. Now is the time for our public hearing on this.
And there is nothing in our inbox.
It's so complete that I guess we do not have any comments from the public. I am going to now close the public hearing. Members of the board, before we vote on the motion to adopt the ordinances, I'm going to open it up for comments from the board at this time. Any comments from members of the board? Supervisor Begay. I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Begay is not with us.
And I will speak on her behalf.
Would you like a second mic?
I'm carrying 2 votes now. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for meeting with us individually. We asked a lot of questions. I think you incorporated some of those in here, and I want to thank the staff for coming and introducing yourself and all the hard work that you do for our community and keeping us safe and when we're out enjoying our lunch, our meals. So thank you so much. We don't think about that, we just say, oh, this looks like a great place to eat. Let's just go in there. And but not knowing what goes on in the back room or how you're making sure that we are safe when we go in there and it is a clean and that our food is going to be safe. And then we don't think about what's being snuck into our food also. We were having a meeting and they're saying that, with coffee, even online, some of the coffee items that are online, they look so good. It's like, oh, maybe I should try that. But we don't even know what we're ordering. That is pretty scary. I really learned a lot just sitting down with you and talking about that. So, this is amazing.
This is one of our favorite photos because it was just so shocking.
Are those really Flagstaff photos?
They are. They are Flagstaff photos, unfortunately. Yeah.
But then it takes so long in working with the establishment until they really they correct themselves. In the meantime, people are still going in there and having their meals.
Right. Yeah. So that's why, the question about can you do something immediately in that moment? If it's going to make somebody really ill, and foodborne illness is not a joke. It is something many people don't even report it because they think it's just a tummy bug or 24-hour flu or those kind of things. So we don't even have very good stats on how many people get sick. But nationally, people die from foodborne illnesses in the thousands every year. It can be very dangerous. So yes, if we see something that is potentially going to make somebody really ill, we have to deal with it in that moment. Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. And just want to find out too, I mean, this is really very much needed. I mean, you don't think about glamping. Glamping, even just that word is just like, oh, I'm gonna be so comfortable.
Yeah,
It's like
they're
we're in a
beautiful.
spa,
Yeah.
you know, I want to be cared for.
Yeah, a lot of them are really beautiful places.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then, but you don't think about, no, I don't know if I want to go to those places anymore. But uh, once this is approved within 30 days after, September, then how do you get the information out to the businesses? You have all the businesses' emails, address, I guess, and you just do an email blast, and then I don't remember your name, that you visit every single business. You go start
Oh,
visiting.
Mark.
Mark, okay, Mark is going to go and meet with every business again.
Yeah, Mark is our Swiss Army knife, he likes to call himself, because he does a little bit of everything. He also does our vector, so our mosquito trapping and complaints. He does a lot of things, but
Well, thank
Part-
you for wearing all those hats.
yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
very lucky to have him. So thank you for the question, Supervisor Fowler, because that is a great question. So as I mentioned at the beginning, a lot of these regulations and changes, we were already regulating. We just didn't have a good place to point to them in words. So most of it is not new to our business community. Now, the mobile food units is a great example. We have some more stringent requirements that we've put into the code for them, and they will be addressed specifically. So as we're going out and doing inspections, because they are educators first and regulators second, we're bringing that part of the code, especially that part of the code, to them and saying, here's our new regulations. It's really important. You read this, ask us questions, and understand it. So they will be targeted in our education, because not everyone needs to know everything about the changes to this code. So it'll be targeted education. And even though these will go into effect in 30 days, it doesn't mean that the 31st day, the hammer drops. That's not how that works. We work with our businesses to help get them where they need to be.
And not everybody goes through this process. 99% of the businesses are
Already familiar with what is expected.
and are safe. Okay, well, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for your work and
Thank you for your question.
educating us and the public. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, just once again, as Lena was talking about, how Supervisor Fowler, about how you protect us from foodborne illnesses, I started thinking and reflecting about all the different restaurants that I, over the last 4 years, that we've gotten notices for, and it's like, get kind of scared to go to some places, it's like you start wondering, and so just appreciate the work, because otherwise we would have more outbreaks. I know that when we had the unlicensed food vendors selling carne asada on 4th Street, people were like, yeah, that was great food. And then my whole crew got sick, and
Right.
so it's real and it's important. It's public health, it's safety for our community. And so these ordinances are super important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. While we were sitting here and you happened to bring up the mobile food units and having to go in annually to the King Street location for inspection, is that every mobile food unit, no matter how far out they are in the county?
Yes, that's it.
Mhm.
And a lot of those mobile food units, they travel, if they're truly mobile, they do travel anyway. They're going to different festivals and fairs and things like that.
Mhm.
They're meant to be mobile. They're meant
Mhm.
to be towed. Even within that, we always have caveats in code. So let's say it is not a drivable or towable device. Let's say it is a hand push cart. We might have an exception for that. Like if we clearly see that they are pushing it down the street, we might have an exception for something like that. Mhm.
Okay, I was just thinking, how we have the Justice Bus that now in Coconino County, they go to these different locations. And I was just wondering if it would have been possible that if there was a health inspector, let's say in Tuba City or Williams or something like that, if there were places they could go, hey, the health department is going to be here on a specific date and time to do the mobile health inspection. I do agree that if they're mobile, they're mobile. I'm just thinking that in some cases, it is, we have a very, very big county.
Yes, we do.
And it's a lot easier for someone in Flagstaff to drive to King Street than someone in Page. Page would have to drive to King Street.
So we do have an office in Page, and we could organize to meet at that Page office. The purpose of it is to make sure that they are able to get off-site from where they usually operate.
Yeah.
So yes, we could easily adapt that they come to our Page location for their mobile inspection. Yeah, and we'd have to work. Williams has very few currently.
Right.
But we'd have to work through some of that. What we've learned through various code revisions is it generally takes living the code for a couple of years to realize all the things you missed and need to fix. So this might be something that we realize really doesn't function down the road, but we almost have to live it to know it. We do the best we can when we develop codes to provide the best and clearest guidance we can, and then we try it on and see what happens.
Right. And with having one in Page, you know, I don't know that if you have a mobile food unit in Green Haven, for example, or, you know, some of these very rural areas.
Right.
But even being able for some of them to go to Page rather than Flagstaff would be a benefit. So I am glad to hear that. Yeah.
And
It's
the
just
other
such a big
thing,
county.
absolutely. The other thing is if we catch them at a special event, we can use that too as part of their inspection, possibly. If they're moving around, they're coming from Green Haven down to the balloon regatta in Page, or they're going to the fair, those kind of things, we can catch them different ways as well.
Okay, no, and I appreciate that. So thank you. And I also understand what you're saying. You know, things can sound great in theory, but then when it comes to the practical application, it's like, might need
missed
to
this.
adjust. So I do
Yep.
appreciate the spirit of that, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just a couple comments as well. First and foremost, thank you and your team who are here for the great work done on this. And we appreciate all you do to keep us healthy here in Coconino County. And sometimes that's a challenge, and which we see from those photos. But really appreciate all of your efforts. And I know this comes from the Unified Health Code. So this has actually come from a larger source, if you will, and it's important for us to take a look at what works for us, to modify it as we see fit, and also keep up with the growing trends. And one of them, of course, the health trends of putting various additives in drinks or in food. And I really appreciate you beefing that up because I think that's important. Some of what we're seeing is important. We know what we're getting, and we don't want to expect more than what we ordered. So
Right.
we really appreciate that. I also really appreciate your beefing up your enforcement, because quite frankly, the code's only as good as the enforcement. And I appreciate you closing some of the loopholes on that. And I know that it is hard for many businesses to make a living here in Coconino County, but the number one has to be the health and safety of our public. So I really appreciate you beefing that part up very much. So, and of course, legal beef that up. You got to love those lawyers. So thank you very much.
Making sure what we had in there is actually legal to have in there.
We appreciate that. So any other comments or questions on this? If not, at this time, I would in fact entertain a motion. Supervisor Vasquez.
So moved.
Supervisor Vasquez is going to, and I read it in full. You might want to, just so we have it for the record, as this is pretty important, if you wouldn't mind.
That's what I get for speaking. early.
Second.
Public hearing, consideration and possible action to approve the adoption of the ordinance 2025-04 to amend the Unified Health Code, chapters 1 through 17, to improve clarity and reflect modern business practices, and 2, ordinance 2025-05, amending the ordinance 2024-08, regulating unlicensed establishments to align with ordinance 2025-04, amendments put forward by the Coconino County Health and Human Services Health District Environmental Health Program.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
No, I said 2408 afterwards. Okay. You want me to
Okay.
read it again? I could do part 2 again. Okay.
Would you mind? No, just kidding. Do I have a second for that? Supervisor Fowler seconded that. Any other comments? Otherwise, all those in favor of the new health code, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for
All
your
right.
time.
Appreciate it. All right. So we are moving on, and we have a presentation and a discussion of the County Supervisors Association Annual Outreach Report to the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, presented by our very own CSA Executive Director, Craig Sullivan, who I know is here today with our CSA President, Lynn Prant-Krasy, and also we have Zoe Averill. Thank you so much. What's your position, if I can get your title? Research and Budget Analyst. Thank you so much, and really appreciate the three of them traveling up, Lynn from Yuma and Zoe and Craig from Phoenix, to be with us here today. And we, for those of you online, CSA is the County Supervisors Association. Our board are members of that association, as are all the supervisors in the 15 counties here in Arizona. And we advocate on behalf of local government and county government. And it's a wonderful educational opportunity and for us to share best practices here between the counties. So we're happy to have them here. I'm going to turn this over to our county manager if he has some comments to make first, and then we're looking forward to hearing from them.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's my pleasure to introduce this group to speak with us today and thank them for coming and doing a tour of counties. And thank you for sitting through our health regulation updates, Supervisor. And so it's always good to see other local governments in action and democracy in action. So thank you so much for being here. And without further ado, introduce the group. I'm assuming Craig's going to take the mic first. I don't know that, but well, President, all right. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. I'm usually saying good morning, but yeah, it's kind of nice. There we go. I'm good. Thanks. First of all, thank you, Chairman, Madam Chairman, Horseman, and all of you that are members of this county board. Thank you for having us today. And thank you for what you do. We're here to thank you for being involved in CSA. Your involvement makes all the difference in what CSA can accomplish and does accomplish for the counties around the state. Thank you. Supervisor Horseman, thank you for serving on the Legislative Policy Committee. Every Friday during the whole session, that group meets and discusses possible legislation that is being proposed and helps us make the decision to take a position on that legislation. And it is a lot of work. So I would also
think I
like
have
to-
Supervisor Fowler who helps me as my alternate on there.
Oh, I
Between I
know.
do this together. We're a dynamic duo down
Oh,
there.
yes. Yes, you are. I know. And thank you, Supervisor Horseman, for being on WIFA. That has helped Yuma County a great deal with that Tacna Water District. Thank you. So for those who may not know, it's the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority. And it takes another large amount of time. So thank you for serving. And Supervisor Fowler, thank you for being the vice chair for the Medium County Caucus and for being reappointed to the NACO board. Thank you. I go to the sessions for rural affairs all the time, and it's so nice to see faces from Arizona. And of course, I forgot to mention that our chairman, Patrice Horseman, is also on the regional, tell me what it is again, the Western Region.
Western Interstate Region Board for Public Lands.
Yes, and on the NACO Board for Public Lands. Yes, and the vice chair for Public Lands on NACO. This whole team is involved in NACO, and you and I both serve on Ag and Rural Affairs, Health and Human Services, the board, transportation. I knew it. Yes, so we're all involved. So good. That just makes CSA even stronger. So joining me today, you've already introduced Craig Sullivan, who is our director, and Zoe, who is our analyst. And if you have gone on the website and used some of the statistics and some of the findings that CSA has put together, you're looking at her work. She is amazing. So, as is the whole team at CSA, by the way. Now, before I wanted to give a little shout out to the summit. I hope all of you are going to be able to attend. It's in Yuma County and being hosted by Yuma County, and it's October 28th through the 30th. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed that Yuma will be cool. Because you never know. Yeah, you are too, I know, huh? Okay, well, and with your permission, Madam Chair, I would like to introduce Craig, who will give you a report on just a tad bit of what CSA accomplished this year, but an overview. Thank you.
Thank you, President Pancrazzi, and Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity to stand before you. For the record, I'm Craig Sullivan with the County Supervisors Association. It's an absolute pleasure to work with you as part of our association. I deeply appreciate the involvement that this county has with its colleague supervisors from across the state. It makes this organization strong. I love working for all of you and your colleagues. We're grateful to have your professional staff so plugged in to our organization as well. It really makes for such a great esprit de corps across county elected officials, and we're proud to serve in that capacity. We did provide some information to you here to help with this conversation, but just in short, I wanted to report out on the work of the association over the last year. As members of our board of directors, I want you to see how we're spending our time to support you and have that opportunity to evaluate and provide feedback to what we do. And so I did provide to you two things. One is a portfolio just of content that you can look through at your leisure. But to piggyback on what President Pancrazzi said, it reflects a lot of how we're using data visualizations to educate on county issues. This is something that Zoe works on with our team quite a bit, and I think you'll find some information in there that's useful to you. And then we also have our report, our briefing to the board, that I'll go through here with you. There's much more detail in the report than I'll cover as we go forward, but I do want to give that to you and then start walking through these items, and of course, happy to answer any questions. Just to begin with, though, I do want to thank your professional staff, Mr. Bertelson, your whole intergovernmental team for their partnership with us. Keith, thank you for all that you do with us. It's wonderful to have Eric back on the team. Karen Cruz, your contract consultant. I think it's really unique how counties all work together at the staff level, and it's really because of all your partnerships. So thank you for that, Andy. So walking through the briefing, let me first just begin on what the association is. And you all know this. This is for folks who may not be familiar with us. But the County Supervisors Association is a nonpartisan collaboration of county supervisors across this state. This type of collaboration has been going on in different variations since statehood because it reflects the important need for county elected officials to partner with state lawmakers and federal lawmakers on the work you're all trying to provide in your communities. We are a nonpartisan organization. What we're focused on is the county business, resources, operational information, what it takes to serve constituents. That's really what we're about. You see this as you meet in our board of directors. That intergovernmental function is really important because as county elected officials, you know, and if you look on the right, the various impacts that other entities have on what you do. And so bolstering intergovernmental engagement is incredibly important. And I don't have to tell all of you this because you live it. You are outstanding at how you do it to serve your community. But I think it's really what we're all trying to work on together. Oops. I'll walk through this a little bit to go over how we use our board as a forum and then our data analytics function, and I'll end on the legislative piece before we talk a little bit about where we're going to go forward into the next year. But what I did here is just capture how we use our board as forums to connect with policymakers, legislators, technical experts, and others to talk about issues that are relevant to local communities. We also connect at the staff level, as I mentioned, so you can see the various affiliate groups that we have, our managers, planning directors, finance directors, our partners over at the Arizona Association of Counties, working together to share information across counties. A couple of weeks ago, we were briefing the finance officers and the managers. Last Friday, we were up talking to the civil deputies. It is all how we share information across all of those professional groups. On the left, you see some of the key intergovernmental actions that are ongoing. And this is where we are being tapped regularly to be part of stakeholder meetings and other groups to work on behalf of all of the counties. These are some of the key ones that I wanted to flag for you more recently. Ms. Horseman, you know that for a while we were plugged into the Governor's Water Council. Obviously, you've been providing great leadership in that area along with some of your colleagues going forward. That is not meeting as regularly now, so we're focused on PSPRS Board of Trustees, the DIFI Resiliency and Mitigation Council, which is something you all brought forward to us and got us involved in to help represent the counties across the state and others. So we really are a hub for connecting with a lot of these stakeholder groups, and we really enjoy serving in that role. Moving a little bit into data and analytics. This is something that our board has been asking us to develop over time. And so for many years, we've been building out our information database to have more information to be available for data analysis and decision-making at the county level, state level, and even the federal level. Right now, our database has about 8 million data points in it. And what am I talking about? What we're doing is importing publicly available data on county-related issues. Department of Revenue, access system, the PSPRS system, transportation, the court system, bringing that in, county budgets, and then building out information over time that can then lend itself to better visualizations and data analysis. So we're very proud of what we're doing here. It's foundational for what we're trying to accomplish. So on a couple of slides, I'll just touch how this is materializing and some of the things that we're looking at. First is we use it to dig into how county governments work. And so some of the products that we're developing and putting online are to put better eyes across all 15 counties on key items. Could be information technology, central services across the counties, expenditure limit resource guide that informed the work that was done here to rebase your expenditure limit more recently, as well as in Yavapai County and others, empowering counties to that end. Levy limit resource guide that we're developing. Something Zoe presented on recently at a group of assessors was a special districts survey and analysis. So it's just bringing information to the table. Looking at the impact of state policies on county operations and finance. This is where we're trying to trace specific state policies to see what they're doing in terms of cost drivers. Last year and a half or so, we focused on how one specific law had started to impact the public defender's office, particularly across the border. But then we built that out to take a larger look at the indigent defense function generally to help inform our advocacy efforts working with lawmakers. What's happening in the public sector workforce? Recruitment and retention is an enormous challenge, and we no longer live in the days where the pipeline of talent coming in is as robust as it was. So we're trying to get better eyes into what's happening to better inform management decisions in that area. We partnered with the Board of Regents to get 2 grants to look into recruitment and retention, first on the law enforcement side, second on the detention side. And it's really fascinating what you start to see yield out of that. And we intend to continue to build off that going forward to inform recruitment and retention. And we dive into how counties manage mandated functions. Counties are they are implementation arms of statute of the state government, as you know. Everything you're doing is tasked from state law, and getting a sense of how that all looks across the 15 counties can provide managerial insights as well. So we're really enjoying putting a lot of this information together. We've got a great team of researchers that are diving into it. The challenge we have now is getting that information out. And so we are redesigning our website to help get that platform more available to all of you. But right now, we've been rolling on some of that analysis in our managers' meetings, most recently the meeting we had down in southern Arizona, just to make sure that people are able to avail themselves of it. We also push this information to lawmakers and to research staff. You all know that at the legislature, that research staff is critical. This is all information that we're driving over to support their understanding of county government. So that's the analytics piece, and I'll transition a little bit into the legislative items, and I won't give it nearly the attention it deserves given the magnitude of time everybody spends on it, but I'll just hit a couple of things. So you all know we're still in a period of divided government, and so that means that most lawmakers who are introducing bills are much more ready to look at concerns that various folks have. If they want to get a bill signed, they'll look at where concerns are happening. And so the input we've received from our Legislative Policy Committee, Madam Chairman, has been critical to us as we've worked with lawmakers to get bills amended, and I think it's been fairly productive in that vein. The governor has vetoed a lot of bills. Those items were all partisan items, and so it was signaled pretty early that they would be vetoed. But by and large, the working relationship with both the governor's office and state lawmakers has been fairly positive over the last session. This slide talks a little bit about the budget, and what I'm showing you here, if you look on the right, this is the state budget. You can see how they allocated resources to various state agencies, DES, DOC, transportation, K-12. Very importantly, though, the way they did their budget this year is they only focused on one-time money. They did not look at ongoing issues. Now, why is that something worth considering? Because as local governments implementing state laws, there's a need for ongoing financial partnership in many areas, and I'll highlight some of those in a moment. But the way they're doing their budget right now, it's really crowding out solving things on a long-term basis and just focused on allocating one-time resources. So what they basically do is just allocate to members, you get X million dollars, let's figure out how to land this budget. Almost over $900 million were allocated that way in one-time spending. If you look at the red box, I highlighted this in fiscal year 2027. That is their projected ending balance, $52 million on a $17 billion budget. And I'm highlighting that to show that they really are landing it on a really tight, final amount of resources that can swing easily based on the economy. Going into the next session, the legislature is going to have to figure out what they're going to do on major policy items that have just come down from the federal government. And so with that limited capacity, they'll have to address the new cost share for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. They'll have to decide whether they're going to conform to the federal policy tax policy changes, things like no tax on overtime or tax on tips, and the many other business-related items are in there. And they're going to have to make policy decisions on what to do with the changes to the Medicaid system. And so there's a lot that's coming in, and that's relevant because it competes for bandwidth. in terms of conversations that the legislature can have on solving problems. So we are spending a lot of time trying to understand where they may go, understand some of what's happening in the Medicaid system in particular, to try to be prepared for how this legislature may look at these items going forward. The next few slides are just laundry listing out issues. This first one is the items that the state really cared about. So they did what you would expect. They focused on public safety investments, various capital projects. The governor secured resources for child care assistance programs. They did an additional tax reduction on personal property taxes. You've seen this over the years where they've slowly been working themselves off personal property taxes. And as property tax dependent entities, we see that materialize in our net assessed valuation. These are some items that we were really focused on. And these are items that demand ongoing partnership from the state. Probably most notably, the legislature still has not funded its ongoing commitment to the state-funded probation officers. So the governor did patch that in the current fiscal year, $10 million. But for salary adjustments that continue to occur for these important employees, the state has not been putting more resources in it. So you may want to ask, well, how are they funding it then? How are we not having a crisis? Largely through vacancy savings. They've really contracted what's available. Now, when you have a lot of vacancies in probation, you start seeing caseloads go up. So we're really starting to see that system get squeezed a little bit. Our priority is to make sure that that does not get shifted to the county general fund. And so that's what we're focused on. And we want to make sure that the state meets its obligation. And we'll continue to work on that. Juvenile dependency proceedings, that will be an ongoing grant program that you will receive. It's been very hit or miss over the last few years. We've stabilized that. The legislature did put in the additional resources we asked for their share of the Justice of the Peace salaries. And we always watch all tax contributions. These are county payments to the state's long-term care system. Sometimes those numbers can jump quite a bit. A small item that was in the budget that requires attention is there was an increase in the employer contribution for the defined contribution to detention officers from 5% to 5.5%. They did put in place $1 million relief for that. And so it's ostensibly the state is paying for that. But as you know, that's always very risky, right? And when it comes to policy decisions like these that are permanent, we really want to see a permanent plan that we can all count on. I do anticipate this issue is going to be a focal point in the next session, and so we'll monitor that going forward as well. These are some other county relevant items: public safety allocations, wildfire investments, secure behavioral health facilities. This is an issue that we talked about with the gap in the system about for both civil commitments as well as dangerous incompetent individuals. Where do they go in terms of a secure facility? The state's still lacking that, but they did put some money towards developing a facility largely for the civil commitments. But there will be an ongoing conversation about how do we build out this portion of the infrastructure. And I'll tell you, one of the key champions in this area has become Senator Hildy Angus, because of the experience she's had with all of you and working in Mojave County. So we are hopeful to partner with her as this gets pushed forward. These are some of the bills that we ran, and I just wanted to flag them for you very quickly. We work on basic government stuff, right? We're just trying to make sure that policies get adjusted that help counties do their jobs. This year, we worked on the extension of the waste tire fee fund, changing the requirements for registered sanitarians, and I mentioned the secure health facility issue up there. This slide, Madam Chairman, is just about the various stakeholder groups that we participate in. You know the breadth of issues that counties are involved in. Jacob, Caitlin, our whole team meet regularly with folks to work through policy ideas. The orange slide is about bills that passed. And I mentioned earlier that most bills where there's huge problems, they're getting worked out. But that doesn't mean they're not without consequence, right? And so things are now coming online. I think late September is when the general effective date for new laws will be. it's important that everybody's getting positioned for that. Very importantly, there are changes to the accessory dwelling unit statutes, and we're going to have to make modifications to our ordinances for that purpose. This has been a big conversation for several years at the legislature. We also saw several issues related to pension items, which we have a very directed policy statement on how we engage public safety and other pension-related items. The ones that made it out were fairly small and met basically our analytical framework for what could make sense in that area, part-time adjustments for PSPRS and a cancer program that's existed for several years. Very importantly, you're familiar with the issue that occurred in Santa Cruz County and the treasurer. Close to $40 million were embezzled, which is outrageous, and I think everybody's been exceedingly concerned with. Our organization supported the legislature making some enhancements to the tools that are available for the Auditor General to work with the treasurers as they audit that. We supported it. We think it's a good idea, but it's really important that we're all aware that this is going to come rolling on, and there could be resource investments that are necessary. Your treasurer has been particularly outstanding at leading the conversation with other treasurers, with our organizations and others, and I want to commend her for her role in that capacity. So, Madam Chairman, I put this in here for you and others who gave us every Friday morning to talk about issues, and Supervisor Fowler for joining us on that. But it just gives you a sense of the numbers. We triage all the bills. We bring a lot to the LPC, and you can see we processed 68 of them and then got direction on how to move forward. The results were pretty decent. The team was fantastic at outreaching to lawmakers, the number of meetings, getting in front of people to educate them about the perspective that the counties wanted us to share. We testified about 40 times in committee. Just how we try to get everybody out there to communicate. The number of supervisors that came down to share their stories was significant. So it's really important that we're all engaged, telling the story, and participating down at the Capitol. These are the reports that we've provided to your professional staff. Very detailed, very robust. They're all about understanding state policy and implementing those new policies. And finally, Madam President talked about our summit that's coming up. We are very excited to have you participate in that policy process. We've already received several items from your county. The issue related to DFFM and funding associated with that, short-term rentals, buyer insurance. You all have been leaders in elevating the concerns in your community about fire insurance. It's replicated in many other counties. So we've been trying to facilitate conversations with stakeholders and policymakers on that exceedingly difficult policy area, and we'll be talking about it again as we go forward in the fall. We have about 18 policy items, I think, total that are coming forward. Maybe I'm getting the number wrong. We'll have some specific policy items for you to review as well. But this is all about getting organized to collaborate with lawmakers on issues that are relevant in your community. And so we're really excited to have you down in Yuma for that event. And so with that, Madam Chair, I've talked a lot and I appreciate all the time, but I want to thank you for your partnership with us. And I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Well, thank you very much, and we really appreciate you and Supervisor Pancrazzi and also Zoe for coming down here and or coming up here, I should say, and hopefully got out of the heat a little bit. And it looks like we might even give you some rain for a while, I hope. So, and by the way, the role that CSA plays and to ensure the strength of our county government and local government, really enhances our communities and enhances our voice at the state legislature so we can serve the people up here in Coconino County better. So it is, we appreciate that partnership. We appreciate your leadership. And I want to just say to you personally, I can't think of a better leader for CSA. And you have just been when I first started, you were the guy that was there to help. And as time has gone on, your leadership, the breadth of your knowledge, and quite frankly, just how open you have been to all of us has really been so important. And I want to thank you for your leadership. And Supervisor Pancrazzi, you've been a leader for so long here in the state and in so many different levels. And for you as a rural supervisor, taking over the role for CSA president. We really appreciate that and appreciate that strong voice. And so we hope we get to know you more. And thank you for all of your hard work in your research. It is information and facts that give us our voice, and so we really appreciate all you do. So thank you, and thanks for coming up. So, and other members of the board, some comments you'd like to make? Yeah, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. And Mr. Sullivan, you were on when I came on too. So I am the new member, and actually I'm just going to take this opportunity to thank you and Supervisor Pancrazzi for the new supervisor orientation that you guys set up in January. That really set me on good footing, and I just want to tell you that it was relevant. The information there really did help. And thank you, Supervisor Pancrazzi. I can't sit there. I see you waving. Yeah, but really, the personal outreach that you did. You called me, we talked. I mean, it was you guys really go above and beyond to engage, and I just want to say that I appreciate that very much, and am very happy to be a partner in this. Thank you, and I agree with everything that Chair Horstman said regarding the organization.
Other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's always good to see all the hard work from the year. So thank you for your leadership, Greg, for your leadership, Supervisor Pancrazzi, and for your work, Zoe, because that's good research work. That those numbers are important. When we go to the state capitol or when we're at NACO, having the ability to have those numbers gives us something solid to discuss. When we need to tell some figures or we need to tell a story, having that data allows us to show how some of these cost shifting measures impact counties directly. And so it's super important, and just want to say thank you and for the continued support. I know I understand better what's happening at the state legislature based on the information that's provided by CSA, and then the extra support when we go to NACO and ensuring that Arizona is united and that we're having conversations among us on the national stage. So with that, I'd just like to say thank you for being here and for doing this presentation.
And Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. Through the years, we have really evolved. We've really gotten into analyzing and researching. And that is a really great way to see where we are as counties in the state of Arizona. I'm really happy there's only 15 counties here, not 200 counties. And I'm also so happy that we only have 5 supervisors or 3 supervisors instead of, almost in the hundreds in some counties. So, but just having the structure and to be able to work with your office to see where we are in the state legislative and just across the state, trying to see how we can work together. It just really makes a huge difference for our residents. Issues that are of major concerns, the sheriff's office, our detention officers, the probation, we all turn to each other as counties because we are the arm of the state of Arizona. We're the deliverers of the services. So therefore, how is it that we are going to interpret what these laws are? You really analyze those, and then you really dive into our counties to see how it will impact us and also how we will be able to benefit. So, and being able to work with state legislators that don't understand counties, a lot of times it is so important that you and your staff all of your staff are there to educate them every single day. So I just want to thank you for that. Through the years, I've just learned so much from you. I'm so thankful for the CSA to be able to work with you and for our county to be able to move forward on a lot of these issues with an understanding, knowing that you're making a decision based on research already analyzed, already vested with the staff, because you have a county managers meeting as well. And then you have our various positions. It's just within the organization how we provide input. So I just want to thank you for that. I think it's really important that your work is very important for us. Thank you.
Well, Madam Chairman and members, thank you all very much for the kind words and support. It's our pleasure to be on your team, and we look forward to working with you into the next session and beyond. Thank you.
We'll be stronger together.
We will.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Before
Eric.
Craig gets too far, Deputy County Manager Peterson, since government affairs is part of my portfolio and such, and none of you have made an ask when we have somebody in front of us, so I'll turn to a member of our team, and I just want to praise Craig and his team also for their help on the federal side. As we come to federal issues, it's not just NACO, but CSA provides a local context, but also what I hope will be helping to build a statewide coalition around the items and the issues that are important, not just to us, but across over our county boundaries. Namely, hopefully this year, our work on the North Rim and the Grand Canyon as we look at the rebuild from Dragon Bravo fire and the importance of the Grand Canyon to this entire state, to opening the North Rim for year-round and really building an infrastructure in that national park that provides for the economy that we've built here.
Thank you, Eric. That's exactly so important for us. And we want to see Brighty returned also to the Grand Canyon Lodge. Thank you so much, and thank you for coming up. And great to see you. I know we'll see you down south. And we look forward to you hosting our CSA summit. That's going to be excellent. So, yeah, thanks again. So, and members of the board, I think we need a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back, and we have an important recognition. So we're on break. We're back. Has it started raining yet? Anybody noticed? It real, well, that's not particularly good, but at least that means rain, huh? So, uh, so we, so we're going to go, as I understand it, we are holding off on this recognition. And I tell you, John Ruggles has been with us. We aren't going to do it now, but I know he's been here all afternoon. So it's great to see you, John, and thank you. And I guess that's going to happen at 4. So we are moving forward. I guess we have 26. Is that what we're on next?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we recommend we move to item number 29, which is discuss an update from the county manager regarding possible community, regional, and/or administrative matters. And I'd like to introduce some folks with that, if you'll.
It's right here.
Oh, yeah,
Just that
twen-
the agenda's not in order.
So 25 and 26 will begin consecutively at 4 o'clock.
Okay.
So 25 and 26.
So we're doing 29. All right, County Manager.
Thank
take it
you,
away.
Chair Horseman, members of the board. Wanted to bring some items forward to you in terms of administrative matters in this order, and we'll begin with Diana Calandros, our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council Director, to give you an update on some of the activities happening in that area, followed by Melissa Randazzo to talk about communications, followed by Tim Carter and John Saltonstall to talk about emergency management and economic development and some of the activities taking place there. So with that, I would ask Diana to come to the podium, and we will begin with a Criminal Justice Coordinating Council update.
Good afternoon, Diana. Good to see you. I didn't know you were going to be here today, so great.
Directly to rural, remote, and underserved communities in Coconino County. It allows people to resolve warrants, access Superior Court clerk services without needing to travel those long distances that our county is well known for. From January 2025 to August, we have had 4 Justice Bus events, which were very successful in bringing services to the community, and we have several more scheduled for the remainder of the year. I want to emphasize that the success of these events relies heavily on the collaboration of offices within the court, which includes the clerk's office, court administration, and adult probation. Without their vital support, these events wouldn't be possible. The county attorney also plays an essential role in the success of the Justice Bus Initiative. Ammon Barker serves as the chair of the CJCC's Community Engagement Committee, and he helps lead this effort as a key component of the committee's strategic plan to increase access to justice and community outreach. Equally important are the county offices, including the public defender and the legal defender, whose involvement is essential to the success. And these are just some photos from all of our Justice Bus events. We're extremely busy at each one of these. We've increased our partnerships based on surveys and survey results that we've conducted during the Justice Bus events. And part of those surveys asked for us to bring mental health services, access eligibility, and access enrollment. So we've now partnered with the Guidance Center and with Encompass to participate in our events. So this is our totals from the 4 that we've had. We offer a range of essential court and legal services, including warrant quashing, name changes, expungements, and arraignments, sentencings, and changes of plea. We also provide access to marriage licenses, passport applications, and name changes on birth certificates, among other vital resources. We make these services more accessible to remote and underserved areas. And at our first Tuba City event, we had one wedding. And at our last Tuba City event, we had 4 couples tie the knot on the spot with us at the Justice Bus. Yes. And Judge Reed actually does an amazing ceremony. It's really beautiful. The Justice Bus, we strategically deploy this based on community level data that highlights geographic, demographic, and systemic barriers to service, specifically travel distance, population size, and court case volume, both total and per capita, are used to identify these high needs locations. And as we travel to Loop and Williams, the data from Loop shows that it's high per capita case rate with long travel distances and limited legal access, while Williams serves as a hub for nearby rural and unincorporated areas, many of which do not have direct access to court facilities. By setting up Justice Bus events in Williams, the county is able to extend services to multiple small communities that otherwise face significant logical challenges reaching courts. In summary, our data on travel distance, court accessibility, population size, and case volume per capita is essential in determining where we are going to hold our Justice Bus outreach locations. These events are designed to bridge access gaps and serve communities with the greatest logistical and systemic barriers. So our next update and our key steps includes additional Justice Bus events, but it also includes the development of a conditional release order, which is a strategic and compassionate approach that balances public safety, individual needs, and system efficiency, creating better outcomes and access to treatment. We have successfully completed 2 transfers from the Coconino County Jail to the Guidance Center under this conditional release order. We have a community-based restoration contract that's in progress. That's part of the CJCC strategic plan, is to bring restoration services in the community so that we don't have to hold people in jail or send people to the state hospital at great cost to the county. And also it takes people out of their communities, out of their support systems, out of their treatment providers. Sometimes there's formulary changes that can impact a person's well-being. So this is a really good option for us. We're working with partnering on the juvenile court services for the children of incarcerated parents with the county and the city parks and recreation departments. We're planning on hosting a CIP day at the park designed to recognize and support children who are impacted by the incarceration of a parent or a caregiver. We're working to provide a safe and welcoming and supportive event for children to play, feel supported, and enjoy their community. We're going to be providing the CJCC awards. Those are 3 awards that we're drafting and continuing, and we'll be presenting these hopefully in October at a joint Board of Supervisors and City Council meeting. We've updated the CJCC bylaws, and those are approved and signed, and we'll be asking the Board of Supervisors and the City Council to ratify those. I'm going next week to the National Network of Criminal Justice Coordinating Council's annual conference, and hopefully attending to support best practices, to brag about our success with the Justice Bus, and to work on collaboration across the nation. And then we have our CJCC Citizens Academy, which is planned for 2026, where we're going to be providing information about the city and the county and the justice systems to those that we serve. So in conclusion, we're working on bringing justice where it matters most. And when someone enters custody, it's really hard to imagine, but a lot of times they risk losing everything. Their few possessions, their place on a housing wait list, their support network. A lot of times they lose their job. Sometimes they even lose a beloved companion animal. Bless you. Families suffer from the loss of childcare and elder care. And these aren't just logistical setbacks. They are life-altering losses that push people further from stability and recovery. That's why bringing criminal justice resources directly into this community really matters. It's more than access to services. It's about meeting people where they are before the system takes more than it gives. Each justice bus stop is a chance to rewrite that story, to build connection, to restore dignity, and ensure justice is not confined by walls or zip codes. By bringing criminal justice resources into the heart of our communities, it's more than outreach, it's a commitment. And it's a commitment that this community has made in both place and circumstance. It's the act of turning courtrooms inside out, of replacing barriers with bridges, and of transforming systems into human connections. And that's why I actually included this picture on my left. And the gentleman holding the picture, he was the father of a woman I met at the most recent Tuba City event. We got started in a conversation. A lot of people are terrified to come to these events because they are fearful they're going into custody. And so we spend a lot of time standing with people, having conversations, quite frankly, hand-holding in a lot of ways. And by the end of the conversation, she was so proud to share with me that her father was a code talker. And so she wanted to send me pictures. So I gave her my phone number and she texted me several pictures. And that's kind of the place that gives me, it hits you right in the feels, because that's a person that otherwise I would have never met, that would have never been able to share with me. And part of being part of the county and being part of the county government, we're in a position of power. And a lot of people see that. And it's really important that we recognize all of our constituents. So that's our update. Thank you so much for giving me this time. I appreciate your attention. And I'll stand for any questions that you may have.
I'm just going to make a comment. And as you know, I sit on the CJCC board as does Supervisor Fowler. And, that in and of itself is very unique. And I certainly have appreciated your leadership on that moving forward. I think the Justice Bus is absolutely unbelievable. I don't know of any other county, any other jurisdiction in the country that does what we are doing with the Justice Bus. I mean, reaching out to the far reaches of the second largest county geographically in the country to make sure that you're, as you say, removing barriers to justice. And I think that has a lot to do with the commitment made here in the county by all of our the criminal justice team, and it is a team from really throughout the county, from our judges to the prosecutors to the defendants to the probation officers to the clerks of the court to you name it. And I think that has provided us with this Justice Bus, and really it's fabulous. And now we're becoming the marriage bus too, I guess. But it is, it's something, quite frankly, that myself as a supervisor am very proud of, that this county is committed to that. So I want to thank you for your leadership and for the CJCC board and for all those that are involved in really making this happen, because I think it's really a very important tool to really serve our communities. So thank you. And other comments want to be made? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for sharing with us the Justice Buses and being mobile. Just going to different community events and listening to the impacts of these Justice Buses and how having warrants can really cripple someone, can really make them afraid to go places or come to Flagstaff and drive comfortably for something that oftentimes was just an old bench warrant that sometimes is only $25 or $50. They just didn't take care of it, and now it's kind of piled on and become a warrant. So these kind of programs that allow folks to clean their record, come in and straighten things out in a non-threatening way are just so important. So thank you for doing it, and I look forward to seeing the future ones coming forward. Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you. I know that you and I have talked on numerous occasions, and I want to thank you for including Williams. in this Justice Bus tour, if you will, because you hit it right on that it's not just Williams. Williams is a hub for those outlying communities. And so I very much appreciate you going there and doing that. And I was thinking as I was sitting here that I almost think that the fact that we are the second largest county in the nation has caused us to do some of the really unique things that we are doing, because we wouldn't be doing this, let's face it, if we were in a very small county and everyone could just make a quick trip to us. So I appreciate us thinking outside of the box here and stretching those parameters, and very good job. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. And these events, there's other programs that are there for to provide information, to provide services like Victims Witness. People don't know what Victims Witness does, don't know about the programs, and we're always telling people that you're not going to be arrested, no one's going to be arrested, and then their warrants are also quashed, and they're quite surprised when the staff are those that are there to provide service are so welcoming and ready to help answer all the questions, and just really it's amazing day that these events are happening. So and we have to remember too, CJCC really struggled from the beginning. We went to we almost fizzled out, almost didn't make it through, and it was really difficult to bring all the departments within the justice system to come together to actually start agreeing on how they're going to work together. And then when you came in, started, and Judge Reed decided, let's go out and start providing service in the community. And of course, once you go in the community, other programs want to be able to be there to provide service. It almost is like the veterans stand down almost, because you're just there to provide service, and the families come. And yeah, Judge Grodman was the only one that was doing weddings out there. Now this is happening. So I really appreciate that our court system and our CJC and all the other programs being together, our county attorney. People don't know that they can get their charges if they have marijuana charges against them and still on their records, they can actually get those off, and they're there to provide that. So I just think that this county is so innovative and so willing to be able to help people to just be able to and address their issues and move on. That is so important, to say it's okay. I know that a lot of times people walk out of there and they're just about ready to cry because they can't believe they resolved their issue. They're not in hiding anymore. And I can really get my driver's license? Really? I can go back to work? Those are always the questions. So thank you. Appreciate it. And then thank you to all the departments that go out and working together on this.
Thanks again for being here. Appreciate it. We look forward to updates on Justice Bus and for the exciting programs that CJCC is really innovative and leader on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Melissa Randazzo with Communications, working through our presentations.
Well, this has been a long time coming, hasn't it?
It sure has. All right. You want? Oh, I thought you wanted to say something. All right. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. I'm Melissa Randazzo, Communications Director in the County Manager's Office. And instead of giving a full update on what's happening in communications, I'm going to target one thing and one project, and that's our web redesign. Like you said, Chair, this has been a long time coming. So tomorrow, though, is our relaunch date. So being able to show you what's happening tomorrow today is really exciting for me. Let's see. So first I want to share a little bit of background. And like you said, it has been a while. Our last update was in 2017. And sites like ours, government sites, are usually updated about every 3 to 5 years. But, this update's really going to bring us up to speed, and it'll be really easy to make the transition. Let me grab my notes here. All right. So the redesign focuses on look and feel, ADA compliance, and responsive design. There are other things like content and site structure. All of those can be done at any time. So right now we're just focusing on how it looks and feels. The redesign process used to take much, much longer. Our designer would have to build a complete framework with a new design, and then you'd have to transfer all of your content from the old page to the new page. But now it works a lot like a GIS layer. So Civic Plus can toggle on the new design and toggle off the old design, and you don't lose any of your content during the transfer because there isn't a physical transfer of data. So we began this process with Civic Plus in January. And I just wanted to share a few, the timeline here. So we kicked off in January, and there were a couple of touch points that we had with you, with our communicator group, and some of our key departments. Bless you. First was during our design discovery in March, and that's when we met with each of you and others to see what you thought about our current site. What would you like to see different about the look, feel, and functionality? The second was after Civic Plus submitted their initial design in June, and that's when we had the opportunity to make a few changes, and we did go through that process. We changed some of our links to graphics, and what I'm going to show you today is that final product that was approved August 13th, and we're scheduled to launch tomorrow at 11 a.m., around 11 a.m. So I did want to take one quick look back at our current homepage and talk about the feedback that we got from visiting with you and others, since it was a little while ago. Number one was that the site was too dark. And number two, needs brighter photos, more photos, carousel header of photos, rather than this large background photo that you see here. There was also input about the links being in boxes with images with more color and clear hover changes so you know where you are in the site. Content-wise, we heard that it would be great to have buttons for elections, fire restrictions, and short-term rentals, so some of the other important topics. And then we also took information along with what we gathered during our one-on-ones and our interviews with current website analytics. And that includes a list of our top web pages, our top visited web pages. And so our most popular pages of 2025 so far is the home page is number one, but after that, maps and property information, the law library, assessor, fire restrictions, treasurer, recorder, online payments, and Fort Tuthill. So we use this data to ensure that any changes that we make on the homepage don't impact how users are finding the information they need currently. And so anything related to these departments on the homepage remained on the homepage and in the location that they were. So let's take a look at some of the redesigned sections of the web page. Or are there any questions before I move forward with the new design? All right, here it comes. All right, here's our new header. There you have, it's lighter, it's brighter, it has a beautiful photo, which is not rotating here, but it is on a carousel on the live site. I think we've got 4 or 5 in there right now. It has capacity for more. We tried to pull from each district and get a lot of color and really show off our county. The buttons below, all I did was kind of pull them out a little, made them bigger so we can see them. Those in the enlarged graphic, you can see when you hover over is when they pop out, they get their turquoise box and they turn turquoise. So that's kind of that hover action that we were looking for. Our next section is the news, and this was just one module on the current homepage. This new homepage has 2 opportunities for news, one that has photos or graphics, and then one that does not. So this will be fed from 2 different areas. Right now, it is still one. They will be separated soon. And we have lots of options when it comes to news. So the top image there shows 3 pictures in 2 columns. And then the one below is 3 pictures in 3 columns. So you can choose how many columns, you can choose how many photos, and then you can also choose how many stories appear on the page. In that bottom one, you can also see the hover color change when you select one of the articles. So our new page is all about having options and being able to change things on the fly. This is our new current topics area, and these are all buttons. These were at one point just links. So now we can change these every day with different departments, different topics, different issues, and then also the size and number of columns as well. So this is 2 columns, 5 buttons. We can do 3 columns and 6 buttons, whatever it is, but that space then changes to the size. So if you have 3 columns, there'll be 3 in a row, but smaller size. If you choose 1 column, that 1 button will go across that space. So then this first picture just shows what it looks like on the home page. The picture next to it just shows what it looks like when you hover and that button is activated. County calendars. This one's really exciting. Right now, we have the option for 1 calendar on our homepage. So it's an events calendar managed by my office, Brian in our office. And now we have a events calendar, which remains the same, but you can toggle to a meeting calendar. So we'll have a community events calendar and a public meeting calendar. As you see there, we did sneak in this meeting. There are a lot more coming. So these screenshots were taken from the development site, I think on maybe early Monday, but they've really evolved since then. So we have those 2 calendar options, and if we wanted a 3rd calendar, we could add a 3rd calendar.
I have a question on the calendar.
Yeah.
Especially for those that do have an internet option to attend, whether Teams or Zoom. Will there be an active link on this, on this calendar site?
Yeah, yes. So, Madam Chair, when the calendars on Civic Plus are entered and we create those, we can create an active link. So I'll just use this meeting. If we wanted to share an active link, the YouTube link for this meeting, we create the meetings, we can put that link right in there so a person can go to the calendar, click to the agenda center, click to the meeting if they wanted to join Zoom or such, or if it's another type of a web link, you can add those in. So they all have that option.
Good. I think that's important.
All right. And this is our last segment of the new site design. It is our new footer, and the main change here is our popular links are now in the footer. This is new, so we will just keep an eye on this area and see what kind of activity we get to see what would be most useful there. So are there any questions before I attempt to click that link and go to the, the live development site to show you?
Any questions?
Supervisor, I want to talk about the footer just real quick. It's very important because that footer will now exist across all the pages.
Every
It
page.
doesn't matter where a
Yes.
person goes on the website, they need to get back to find their property information, they can click on the assessor or the recorder's button right down there at the bottom.
Right. All right, let's see if this. Are we going? Oh, nope.
Share here.
Ooh, there we are. All right. Oh, and it's even the right size. This is great. Okay. So up here, we still have the I want to. We still have, we've moved this around a little bit to make it more accessible. We just saw that switch. It switched again. here's our new buttons. These buttons, how they pop out when you're over them, when you're hovering, so you know where you are on the page. And then here are the news and announcements. We've got the photos and then the ones that don't have photos. Now those pop out when you hover over those. And we can add, this can have 5 articles, it can have 3. So depending on what kind of news and when, we can make adjustments to make it look its best on this homepage. And then current topics, same for here. We talked about possibly having, a place where there was information about the short-term rentals or elections come election time. These buttons up here can change to elections, to the recorder. During tax time, it can turn to the assessor. Anything that's happening in our community, we can go ahead and update these buttons really easily. And then here are those calendars. There's community events, which is the one that we're on. We've got the fair and Labor Day holiday. There's the stand down already on there. And then here is the public meetings. And there's the meeting we're in right now. And we've got some advisory councils already posted and additional board meetings. And here we are with the new footer. And like Eric said, that's really important that it's across all pages. Yes.
Well, here, I have a question. I may have missed it. I apologize if I did. So for example, we're now in, I guess, stage 1 or will be coming to stage 1 in terms of the fire restrictions. Is there on the front page that information is readily available?
Yes. So our current page has that banner that goes across the top. That banner, once this page is live and activated, will pop up because it's tied to the home page, but it's tied to the current home page right now. So as soon as this is live, we'll get that banner that tells you the stage and then gives you a link right to the page.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow, 11 a.m. And, I know that we'll probably have a week or 2 of working things around, moving things around, seeing what people like, what they don't like, and making adjustments. But I think after a short period of time, we'll do a full rollout to the public, inviting everyone to come see our new design. And yeah, that's the plan.
Madam Chair and Supervisor, I wanted to add one more thing. First, of thanks to Melissa and her team, the communicators, for their work on this, but also the importance of the ADA accessibility. I don't know if you've all tracked that issue, but the Department of Justice rules under the American with Disabilities Act changed how websites must be built. So no longer could we take this piece of paper and scan it and just put it up on the website, because of a reader could not read that document for someone who is sight impaired, right? So there's a whole level of standards now that go into how we must prepare our web presence and how we're providing for the entirety of our public to be engaged in the public life that we're putting on the web, now that we've moved into such a digital world. So that's a huge piece of work that we're doing, and that will change some of our practice in some ways, especially, again, scanning and uploading a PDF really now is no longer the way we'll have to look at some things to be able to maintain the kind of scores that we'll need to satisfy the ADA requirements on our website.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and we're working on that right now with a lot of our images. They all need alt text, and we can't have a lot of text on images and just leave it at that, because again, it's just like a PDF. A reader won't pick up that language. So just going through our document center and our image repository, making sure that it has all the right ADA elements is a project that's ongoing, and we're really going to put a big effort into it, especially now that we have a new design. It would be really great for the content to also kind of meet that level.
Any other comments, questions from folks? Thank you. I know it's been a lot of work. I know it's been a long time coming. I really like the buttons. It's much easier to use. I mean, I can tell you, I get lost on our webpage all the time. So this is going to make it a lot easier. And user-friendly for our communities. So I really appreciate that and appreciate your time and attention on it. So other comments, questions? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Huge improvement.
Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I really like the openness of the website and the friendliness of it. So, and I'm really happy that it's ADA uh, compliant, and and I didn't know there was such for a website, but to be conscientious of that and to apply it, I think that's really good. And then, you know, the main thing is that we need information to be readily available. I'm really happy that job openings is right there in front because people can't find it.
Yeah, we did change the name on some of those
Yeah.
buttons right up there to make them a little more clear. Instead of, I think it said something about employment opportunities, which is
Yeah.
a term that we use internally and, across jurisdictions, but really just straight up saying, here are the job openings. So we made a couple of changes like that throughout to kind of help with that.
Yeah, and I think that's really good. And vital records is right there, and that's the main issue these days, to make sure that you have a birth certificate. We just had the justice bus, and that is where right now a lot of people are coming to that just to get their name changed so they can get a birth certificate. So that right there is really important, but just the way it's laid out and just the open whiteness, and it's just very friendly, not dark. So that's really good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure. Yep, that vital records button is new to that bar right there.
Mhm.
All right. I did want to thank the internal web redesign team. It wasn't just me there working with Civic Plus at all the meetings that you saw previously on that slide. We had Mark Delarocca, we had Matt Malik, Ricky Conway, Cecilia Schmidt, and Brian Harris all working together to make this project happen. So thank you. I really appreciate the time.
We're anxious to see it up and running.
Oh, me too.
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the board, next up, we have Emergency Management and Economic Development, Tim Carter and John Saltonstall.
All right. Good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Tim Carter, I'm your Director of Emergency Management. Wanted to take just a few minutes to kind of highlight, give you an update on the county's response and recovery efforts for both the White Sage and Dragon Bravo fires. So to start that, I want to kind of get us up to speed very quickly. I think it's important to remind everyone that we not only have one fire, the Dragon Bravo fire that we've seen so widely publicized on the media impacting the North Rim, but also the White Sage fire. These two fires combined up along the northern part of the county. So White Sage fire, as of yesterday, is about 98% contained, burned just shy of 60,000 acres, mostly impacting BLM, Forest Service, and state lands. And then the Dragon Bravo fire is the one that has so heavily impacted the North Rim, the National Park Service, again, some state and Forest Service lands on the northern part of the Kaibab National Forest. As of today, that number, the 61%, is actually up to 64%, but we have not increased any additional acreage, which is good. Couple of interesting things that we heard from the Type 1 team that's managing that fire the other night in Fredonia. The current perimeter, just to give you an idea of scale, the scale and size, is 328 miles long. If you were to drive the entire perimeter, that's the equivalent of driving from Flagstaff down to Nogales to the border. It's a very large footprint and very large fire. It is currently the largest wildfire in county history and the 7th largest wildfire in the state of Arizona history. So as I mentioned, both of these fires right now, they're about 7 miles apart. So the combined efforts and impacts of these fires are something that we're looking at. We're not looking at just one or the others, the combined impact. You see there over 205,000 acres of public lands burned. How big is that? And it's big.
Big.
To give you an idea, that's about 220 square miles. So, or excuse me, 202 square miles. That is roughly the same size of Flagstaff, Page, Sedona, Williams, Fredonia, Tucson, Tuba City. For those keeping track, that is all the municipalities within Coconino County, roughly the same footprint, short of about 15 square miles, is the equivalent of what the lands have burned up there. I will say it is looking for silver linings that we have. The total area burned, we've just received, as you guys probably have all seen on the news, just received the preliminary soil severity impacts reports for both of these fires. The White Sage and Dragon Bravo fires are 3% and 2% of high severity, respectively. So compared to other fires that we've had recently, those are very low numbers for high severity soil impacts. What that means, obviously, there's a lot more that goes into impacts for flash flooding and post-fire consequences, but to have relatively low, high severity impacts is a promising sign for vegetation regrowth and the ecosystem to come back naturally as it usually does. So we'll take that as an optimistic sign. For the county, I'll say, some of the combined impacts that you see there. Loss of the historic structures at the North Rim is obviously of concern for us. But having 89 closed between Fredonia and Marble Canyon for over 2 weeks, having State Route 67 closed to this day, the smoke impact, smoke inundation to area communities. We talk a lot with our hazard mitigation plans of, it's the fires are bad, but the smoke impacts are more widespread impacts for that. The northern parts of the Navajo Nation, Page, have been inundated with smoke for weeks. And I think that the last bullet point there is the one that we're really focusing on is the widespread economic losses to regional businesses. And what is that economic recovery going to look like? So one of the things that we look at during a disaster, as you all know, is that recovery is going to begin during response. We're still in that lights and sirens phase. We're also going to be looking as an organization as what is recovery going to look like. So initially, I want to throw out a special thanks to Michelle Axel and her team at Health and Human Services. We really took a look at how can we help those employees from both the concessionaires, regional businesses, Park Service that were directly impacted from that. So Michelle and her team, along with Grand Canyon Conservancy, United Way of Northern Arizona, American Red Cross, really helped that individual assistance for those impacted employees. To date, they've been able to provide assistance to over 70 individuals that have reached out and requested that assistance through those partner agencies. I also want to give a shout out to the board. You guys have done a lot of advocacy work as well, done a lot of outreach, just trying to help us spread the word as a county organization that yes, the North Rim is open. Yes, the Grand Canyon is open. The businesses are there. Please come visit. These are all videos that you've all were able to participate in, film, and get online for us. And thanks to Melissa and the communications team for helping really push that messaging out. Thanks to the board for your continued advocacy for doing things like that. So, really wanted to spend a lot of our time, or most of our time, talking about the next steps. We kind of know where we are. So what is this going to look like moving forward? So with that, I wanted to turn this part over to the Economic Development Director, Mr. John Saltonstall.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Saltonstall, Economic Development Director with Coconino County. Chair, Vice Chair, and Board, just happy to be here to speak a little about the recovery efforts. As Tim mentioned, response and recovery certainly go hand in hand. He mentioned immediately we're trying to assist individuals, and then the next step would really to work with the businesses and muster the resources to do so. Tim and the emergency management team certainly served the county well on these first phases, and as their logo says, they're about prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. And that last bit is what really we're hoping to talk about. It put us in line to talk to the Small Business Administration, start this process to figure out the economic injury to surrounding businesses and to get resources in place right away. Okay, I think that we got that done. Okay. So what we did, we met with businesses where they were. We spent a lot of time learning about the direct impacts to these businesses. And this is a really unique situation, as many of you know. Tim mentioned it. A lot of the assets that were impacted were national park assets. But it's these other impacts, the smoke, the fire, the closures, that are having these injuries. Businesses we spoke to were down 35 to 40%, 50%, 75%. Some were down, completely shut down. Our visitors were hearing that everything was closed, that the air quality was poor, there was too much smoke, it was just not a place that they wanted to be, so the cancellations began. And all of these injuries were great they were enormous rather, and very heart-wrenching for us to hear as we got out there and interfaced with the businesses directly. We started to tell the businesses about a shared vision of a two-phased approach, where the first phase was going to be get this EIDL, this economic injury disaster loan, through the Small Business Administration into effect. And once we do that, we've been told that there are oftentimes other agencies that will come in, other programs that will develop, and that's really what we're hoping for. Our second phase is going to be really talking about a recovery plan, a plan that would get to these different communities and discuss short-term, mid-term, and long-term opportunities and visions. We did go through that SBA process, and that really amounted to a dialogue between our staff and the businesses to articulate that injury and then communicate that up the chain of command, essentially through emergency management to the governor's office and then to the Small Business Administration. We got that declaration in place, and we started to observe that there were a lot of other partners who were actively participating, who were ready to be a part of the team. I've got a ton of logos up here. There are probably some missing, but the main thing to observe is that we have agencies at the regional level, the state level, the federal level. We have agencies out of state as well. And our opportunity was really to bring these together. That was the main thing that we were learning, because all of these other entities, agencies want to do the same thing. We're all trying to help the same population. And what we did was we invited everybody together. We started a weekly 30-minute check-in with everybody, so people could just learn about the latest resources, learn about the latest events. We could compile, collect all the logos so we could really show that we are a unified team. And this is also very unique because, again, we've got state, federal, Utah, Arizona, tribal. We are all working together, and that's very exciting. So the first meeting had 5 external partners on it. Right now, we've got over 30. It's going to make for a challenging 30-minute conversation, but it's happening, and it's a very positive thing for us. So I'd like to just talk about the schedule. Arizona DEMA, emergency management, our communications and economic development teams and supervisors have all worked together to develop the schedule. You've heard about it a few times today. The Small Business Administration has 2 mobile teams in the region. They'll be here through the 9th of September. And that's going to be too small for everybody to read. It is on our website. But Team 1 is currently in Fredonia for this whole week. Then they're going to be in Page the 2nd through the 5th. They'll be in Clichy the 5th through the 6th, and Marlborough Canyon the 8th to the 9th. Meanwhile, we have another team that's in Flagstaff yesterday and today. They'll be going up to Tuba City on the 27th through the 29th. They'll be in Williams the 2nd through the 3rd, Tucson the 4th through the 5th, and Twin Arrows the 8th to the 9th. This is going to be a great opportunity for impacted businesses to come and meet with the Small Business Administration directly to find out if they are eligible, find out what other resources are available. I believe they've got 9 months from the date of the declaration of emergency to actually apply for this loan. If they don't do it in person during this short period, they can do it online. These teams are available, and that information is also on our websites as well.
So I have a question since
Sure.
we just had.
You bet.
So the list of the SBA folks, which is great, and it's that they came out here in such large numbers and are going all across all across the county, really is really fabulous. So here's my question, Melissa. Is she here still? Oh, there she is. So where would this be on the new website, this information? Oh, I love that.
We're prepared.
Absolutely. Always prepared. So right now, that list of meetings is in our online newsroom. It is also promoted, so it's on the homepage. And then there is another web page that I think John's going to tell you about, and it's listed on that page as well that has specific resources for economic recovery.
Excellent. Just what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, so we are new website, new web page, new information. We are going to have this page that will allow us to put all the current information. We learned about 2 different grant programs in the last few days. I think Eric Peterson mentioned them earlier today. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce has a disaster preparedness grant. DoorDash is working with Hello Alice. There's a lot that I'm learning. I don't know about Hello Alice, but DoorDash is doing a grant through them, $5,000 to $15,000 to help businesses impacted by disasters. So we'll keep looking. We will keep that updated. We're going to be sharing all of that information on our 30-minute Thursday kind of public sector service provider group as well, just to make sure that information is getting blasted out there. Okay, you bet. Earlier I talked about a 2-phased approach. The second phase is a Grand Canyon Communities Economic Recovery Plan. And when we talk about these communities, through this process, I've been learning about the natural breaks in our community and in our economies. As I take a look at what's happening up on the North Rim and those impacts we see the North Rim, Kaibab Lodge, Jacob Lake, Fredonia, all the way up to Kanab, really as one microeconomy. Another would be Marble Canyon, Cliff Dwellers, Lee's Ferry, the Navajo Bridge as another. Another one would be Page and the Navajo Nation. And another would be Tucson and Williams. What we're planning to do with some resources that are already in place through the emergency management is to access consultants who are expert in recovery plans and economic recovery plans as well. We'd love to explore each one of these areas. We think there are going to be some very unique elements to each of them. When we think about Page and the Navajo Nation, that's going to be a pretty big one because it's certainly impacted by the North Rim activities, but also there have been a series of injuries that have impacted those communities, probably going back 2016 since the original layoffs from the Navajo Generating Station, the closure of the mines, COVID, Mangum Fire, Lake Powell, this fire, the closure of Zenny Homes, which is to say we're going to need to take a look at that particular area in a slightly different way than the others. Nonetheless, we'll take a look and see what short-term, long-term programs, what wraparound services we can provide. That's going to give us a chance to put that into a larger plan, bring that back to the board, and hopefully you'll be able to put this into action with your stamp of approval. And then that's going to help all of us move forward with our legislators, with our different federal agencies, and trying to muster resources at a different level. When we talk about working with the Park Service and, right now with our bipartisan support for a rebuild, we're in a really unique position to have tremendous impact, tremendous positive impact and healing for the entire community. That's what I got.
It is positive and great. So one of the things that came up, and Eric, you mentioned it, and it got mentioned also with Craig, we do need to bring this to CSA. We did our own resolution here as a board, but I think we should bring it to CSA and get all of the county superintendents on board here on it. Supervisors, superintendents. You can tell I used to work for school districts. That the supervisors, get all the supervisors on board for this. So.
And if I may, just one other thing. I know we've talked about outdoor recreation in different presentations. I know it's a big deal. And I just want to mention another number we've shared before. The Outdoor Recreation Roundtable and the Bureau of Economic Analysis said $14.1 billion is generated in the state of Arizona with outdoor recreation every year. It's very important that we take that into account with our recovery and as we take it forward to CSA and beyond.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, we talk about that all the time.
Yes.
Because the importance of public lands. And that's why this board has always taken such a strong position on maintaining, preserving, and protecting our public lands. It's our economic engine.
Thank you.
And other comments, Supervisor Ontiveros?
I think the most important thing when the real recovery is going to start is when the North Rim Lodge comes back and when that area is rebuilt. And so I very much concur with Chair Horseman's position that we do need to get CSA involved. We do need to get our federal partners involved because really time is of the essence. The sooner the better, because there's not going to be full recovery until the reason that people went to this area is restored. And I don't suppose you have any inside information or timeline, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I know many people are talking about it. I've heard the national park respond slightly differently over time, but in my what I've been hearing, I would interpret as that timeline getting shorter in terms of them responding. So I think that's a good thing. I think they're recognizing that this is a jewel. This is a beloved part of the world, and I think that it's really brought this gem to the forefront in ways that it couldn't have happened otherwise.
Okay, well, I agree that that is good news. If that timeline is being shortened
Yes.
for the rebuilding of that is definitely good news because this is one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. Like this was global. There was just a sigh of, just a sigh when this news came out that the North Rim had burned down. Mm-hmm. A groan, I should say.
Yes.
Around the world.
Yes.
Any other comments? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you for outlining the different programs that are available in this recovery plan. Again, we just keep reiterating we're a outdoor economy, depends so much on the Grand Canyon. Even Flagstaff is a gateway community, and so it's so important that we support our businesses that are impacted by the reduction in tourism, especially during our peak season. This is the time, and we're not seeing the numbers that we have in the past. And we're seeing it directly in some businesses and indirectly in others. And so it's so important that we as a county work to get resources for our community to maintain a vital economy. And so thank you for your work.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, we visit with many of the businesses throughout the region, and we have yet more to do. I just haven't really scheduled myself out yet. But this is really, really important that we just don't let the fire happen and that's it. From the very beginning, when we heard about the fire, started putting the plan together. And I'm really pleased to see that we are, you know, we, re- we were approved of for the Small Business Administration, which benefits all the other counties. Now, we have to really start working on the recovery plan. And that's also mapped out on how that's going to take place. So I'm really happy that we're moving forward. We have so much advocacy that we have to do. And if we do need CSA to understand the 15 counties to really support us. I know they'll be very willing to do so. And at the national level as well, we've had congressional delegations make a visit to the North Rim, and we are working closely with Utah, Kane County, and we're just end with Navajo Nation, and we're all working together in that region. However, we need to start moving on working with Flagstaff better. And I don't know when the city council and the board is meeting, so maybe we can put this on the agenda so we can address that, because I've already met with this the city councils in the region, but we still have yet to do so here in Flagstaff. So I just want to bring that up. So thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I do think city council here has been pretty active and pretty vocal on their support on rebuilding of the North Rim, and I know that's going to continue. And you're exactly right, though. We need to make sure that we ever, remain a loud, large, united voice. Yeah, public lands in public hands. Remember that. Public hands,
So
public lands in public hands, always.
just really shows how important lands really help economy. So we're not working on the fire. We're not working to, we are working. It's federal lands that is and trying to with all agencies so that people can be able to start in and actually visit. Anyway.
All right, good, thank you. You can see we have a very united front here on this board with regards to the importance of Grand Canyon and the need for rebuilding. Thank you so much, John, and Tim, thank you. I know you've been very active with the management teams out there during their fighting and suppression, which continues as we speak. So thank you for that, and really appreciate Coconino County working in conjunction with our federal partners and those that have been working out there. So appreciate it. All right. Any other comments, questions? Appreciate it. County manager, are we
Thank you.
moving forward?
I am happy to announce that we are moving forward with, we propose item number 25 with the recognition of John Ruggles. 14 years of service on the Planning and Zoning Commission, followed by item number 26, and we have staff here on joint discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission on the updated County Comprehensive Plan.
Well, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. And first and foremost, we do have John Ruggles, who is here. We so appreciate 14 years of service for Planning and Zoning Commission here in Coconino County. And, you know, as many of us know, we really rely on our community members to volunteer and come forward to help us as a board, as a county, to, quite frankly, make sure all voices of Coconino County are heard, and to help us do the best job we can across Coconino County. John Ruggles answered that call a whole long time ago, and we certainly appreciate all that he's done and the leadership that he has shown on planning and zoning. And gee, he even helped to train Tammy Ontiveros, Supervisor Ontiveros, and we so appreciate that. I know we're going to have a presentation and some comments being made. I don't know if we want to do it as a board first, if we want to hear from county manager is left, so who knows? Oh, okay. And who is going to be, who did, county manager, who did you want to make the presentation here? Or would you like to hear from the board first on this?
We will hear from the board first, if you don't mind, and I know Jay Christelman, our Community Development Director, is here as
All
well.
right, and then we do have a presentation from the board to Mr. Ruggles, which we'll wait at the very end then to do. So with that, I'm going to turn this to my board members. You know, Supervisor Ontiveros, it seems appropriate, maybe you start us off on this.
I agree, Chair Horseman. Thank you for that. And if memory serves me correct, I think I was on before you were, John. So, yeah, So, anyway, no, no, but it's really good when I look out and I see a lot of familiar faces, people that I served with, and it's just really nice seeing everyone here. And so I did think about this because I wanted to be thoughtful in what I was going to say. But John Ruggles and I served on the Planning and Zoning Commission together for 14 years. During this time, we attended the monthly study sessions and hearings and also did site visits for cases that would come before us. It didn't take me long to figure out that John is a very intelligent, sorry, John, I know you don't like this kind of stuff, but it's true. You deserve this recognition. Is very intelligent and well-versed on many subjects such as land use and related law, zoning, and the scientifics of sound and lighting. Needless to say that all of this came in handy in analyzing the cases that would come before the commission. John was a frequent flyer with the community development staff when they would do required postings for the hearings. He did many, many site visits over the years. This was helpful to us as commissioners because he was able to describe details on a property that were not necessarily obvious from looking at maps or site plans. He was always prepared, having read the staff reports and all associated documents. When we got to commission discussion, his analysis was objective and thorough. But he always had an open mind and wanted to know what the other commissioners thought. Over the years, I can only think of 2 cases that John and I did not agree on. That's a lot. That's not very many over 14 years. He was always the professional and helped thoroughly explain things that helped other commissioners have a better understanding of the case. And on a personal note, I will just say that John is one of the most interesting people I have met throughout my life. He has a great sense of humor, and not only were we colleagues, but I consider John a friend.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. Really appreciate those comments. So, and actually, I think that deserves some applause. So, other supervisors, Supervisor Vasquez.
All right. Well, it's a great honor to be able to recognize all your hard work for Coconino County and your previous hard work, because you did public service in Phoenix as well before you came up here. And so thank you for all that. That created a vast amount of wisdom about policies and about statutes and whenever we needed to know some fine details, you were able to look that up or think back to some certain case that you dealt with years ago and bring that expertise. And so it was really a loss for the county when you decided to step down from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Understand you had to do it, but we really miss you, and it's really good to recognize you today. Thank you for all your service.
And Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thank you, John. I know just planning and zoning just is the commission that really has to do a lot of homework and a lot of commitment. And I just thank your family for that, just because you can't not focus on such personal community issues. Every single one of them, the family who comes before the commission has a personal, it's a personal issue with them. It's a personal matter, and they want it, and they want a certain way. So and it takes a very thoughtful person to be able to be on the commission to gain that understanding, in addition to all the policies that come with it. So I just want to thank you. You stepped down right when my district came into Timberline, and so I was going to be working with you. But I'm really happy to know you, be with you at the Timberline meetings, and that just the institutional knowledge that we have lost as a county, that because you have impacted the whole county, so I just want to recognize you and thank you for that, and really happy you're being recognized today.
We hope you're feeling the love. So it's here for you. And I know that we have Jay is here. Jay, I see a number of member of planning and zoning. Would you mind maybe introducing them so that to the board? Some of us may recognize some of the members, but be nice for you to introduce the folks that are here. And thank you all for being here to help honor John Ruggles. How wonderful.
And Jay, I was trying to remember what year you had started and if John had inherited you as a director. I think he came before you, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Was that not on? Oh, shoot. Okay, thank you. And I remember that to this day. We sat in the Center for the Arts and had a long conversation, and my background was construction and engineering as well. So John and I talked about that at length. One thing that wasn't noted that I would like to add, that John was instrumental in helping us create the dark sky ordinance. That was an area that he really shined. So when we were going through the joint land use study and the military installation sustainability grants, John really helped us out with that. And like Supervisor Montevero said, John was so up to speed more than anybody with regards to lighting and noise, the noise ordinance. And Commissioner Wilson, I know that you were subject to that with the decibel rating, and John was with the firearms range, and that was a big topic of discussion, was how loud that was going to be, and it turns out it's not loud at all. But Anyway, Jess, do you want to add anything? You know, working with Commissioner Ruggles all these years, it's been a pleasure, John. It has.
So, Chair Horser, I wouldn't know where to start. Other than John sat in on my interview when I was interviewing for the Assistant Director and Planning Manager position. And he asked me, actually, I think it was kind of a question for the interview, was, how long do you think it'll take you to figure out the job? And I said, well, and we had a lot of banter. We have lots of military. It is a small world. John's dad was the base commander for Fort Riley, Kansas, where I was a company commander, a captain on active duty in the Army, and lived in the same neighborhood that John apparently tore around on his motorcycle, and he could get away with it because his dad was the general, was the base commander, and when the MPs, the military police, would stop me, he could get away with it. So all this stuff. But we've always had tons of banter and tons of discussion, and I told him my answer to that question was, I think it'll take me a full year to understand the geography. And I can tell you now, at 10 years, that I'm still figuring out the geography. So that was a very wise question, and I appreciate it. But for Planning and Zoning Commission hearings, for those of you who join us on the last Wednesday of the month, it starts at 5:30. Sometimes it's over at 6. Sometimes it's over at 10. John has been a wealth of wisdom, both on the policy side, the legal side, planning law side, as a citizen planner. And I would point out that a real highlight for our county, and Melissa Shaw, our long-range planner, who you will hear from here in a minute, a highlight for our county was to be able to nominate John to the state, to the Arizona APA, American Planning Association chapter, and nominate him as a citizen planner, nominate him for the Citizen Planner of the Year. And John was awarded the Citizen Planner of the Year. Was one of the few in our state, I'm sure. And the wisdom and the experience he brought up from the Valley with very complex scenarios, very complex situations, as the state of Arizona was evolving in planning. The state passed some key legislation in the late 90s, early 2000s that really affect what we do, such as talking about our comp plan. The next thing we're going to talk about that now has to be updated every 10 years because of that legislation, and with some parameters on how we have to update it and what needs to be in it. And those details, certainly the lighting, certainly getting our ordinance. I would like to say the loss is huge for John to be on, but the contribution lives on, in that much of the wisdom and technical expertise that John brought is now baked into our zoning ordinance and applies to all cases. So now we don't need to debate at 10 o'clock at night on what the lighting plan for a particular project should be. It's written into the zoning ordinance. When they go to get their permit, they got to follow those rules, and it's all going to be okay. So that's an investment, that's a contribution, that's a gift that keeps on giving. And so I'd like to think that all of the contributions John has made are really gifts that have kept on giving and will continue to give. So thank you, John.
County Manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if you don't mind, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Andy, and I'm a recovering planner. But I don't know if there's ever any recovery for that, because when you are, you just are, right, John? And so I certainly don't want to stand up here and rank our commissions, but we know this: being a planning and zoning commissioner, you are at the forefront of community, and you are managing and hearing very emotional, at times, difficult issues of community concern. And to have commissioners that can separate the emotion, which is almost impossible to do as humans, into fact-based decision-making, to rely on your codes, to rely on the facts, is the most important element of this position, while at the same time still having compassion for community and understanding what people are going through. And John, for 14 years of your service as that person on our commission that's been able to do that, thank you so much. Thank you.
Anybody else like to make some comments for, yes, please, come on up.
Thank you very much. I'm Rob Wilson, and I'm I'm vice chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I've had the pleasure and honor of working with John. It's interesting learning whose interviews he sat in on, and now we know who's responsible for those hires. And I would like to point out that in addition to John's service on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I was also the co-chair of the neighborhood or the area plan commission for the Donny Park, Fernwood Timberline area plan, which John apparently is a glutton for punishment and volunteered to be on also, and brought that expertise in another way to our community that is lasting. So very much appreciate that. And the thing I think that hasn't been pointed out yet about John is that not only does he know all of this information, he can reference the actual reference that justifies that information for us too. So it's not just opinion, it's fact-based, and he knows where it is, and that makes all of our jobs a whole lot easier. So, and certainly appreciate everything he's contributed to our community and the friendship I've had just knowing John. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruggles, I had the honor of coordinating all of those recruitments and asking you to sit on them multiple times for Jay and for Jess and for other positions. And at that time, we had the entire P&Z sit on several of those recruitments. And you were always the first one to get back to me and always the first one to offer to write questions, such as the one that Jess mentioned. And so invested and involved in that process to make sure that Coconino County has the best people to serve those of the public that we care so much about. I also had the honor in 2017 of rotating to community development and being there for the entire summer. And Jay went to health, and I got to go to community development and be part of that team for the summer, and was involved with the Planning and Zoning Commission and got to know Mr. Ruggles better and knew that he was just a foundational person in that department and in what we do in community development, and saw his immense knowledge and benefited from that. So thank you for being a part of my career journey. Thank you for all that you've done for Coconino County and for all of the residents that we have here and the visitors who you have impacted, and that will continue to go on through our code. Thank you very much.
Anybody else like to make some comments here? And yeah, come on up, Sat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I know we're all family here. So if I say that John's a nerd, you know, you can take that the right way. So many times, and I mean that in the best way. So many times we would hit an issue and of some technical sort, and the next day I would I would get an email that said, "Here's what I think," and by the way, here's the federal legislation and the state legislation and the scientific information, and you know, it's funny in a way, but so useful, because I think our job is to have the public come before us and leave feeling that they got an honest shot at their desires. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose. But I think, generally speaking, this is a part of politics that works. And part of it is, over the years, John's technical expertise so that people understand why they are either getting what they want or what they don't want. And so I was so sad to hear John leaving that I had to trim my beard off. So anyway, I was really enjoyed working with them all these years, and it's been a lot of fun, but also very instructive.
Any others? Or I know that Mr. Ruggles is, we're going to hear from him. And Mr. Ruggles, you can't leave right away afterwards because we have a little presentation for you. So,
First of all, I'll probably get a little serious here, and I'm going to try to be brief. I got started with planning, zoning, and land use 35 years ago, and it wasn't necessarily my choice. It's like a lot of other things, including serving on the commission here. I was asked if I would consider doing that. And that leads to the next part of this. The answer was always yes. I was taught from a very early age that civic involvement was a very important part of life in this country. And so that made it impossible to say no to anything like that. But very important for me, something else that I learned very early on in terms of civic commitment is that when you walk in the door, like walking in here, like I have numerous times and other times in the past, you leave any personal, political, and ideological agendas outside. And that's what it takes to do the job here. And that leads to one other thing. It became very apparent, of course, and I think I knew this ahead of time, that in Coconino County, that's how it works in government. And that leads me to the other part of it. Coconino County is really just an island of sanity, in my point of view, because of the way government works and the ability to reach out and do the right thing for the citizens of this county. And I'm going to thank Supervisor Fowler for something, and I'll relate a little bit of a little brief story about this. I always paid attention to where cases went that were referred to the Board of Supervisors. And this is an example of how it works. Okay, we had a case that was appealed to the board. It was a conditional use permit. Well, when it came down to the discussion at the Board of Supervisors, I usually like to make a point of observing or listening and watching online. So when it came down to board discussion, and then prior to what board members said about making a vote on this, I was reminded of that island of sanity because Supervisor Fowler, and this is typical of all of you, said that what is important is, and I'm paraphrasing this, but the community as a whole in making that decision, whether regardless, and I'm sitting there thinking, well, regardless of whatever way it goes and what Supervisor Fowler thinks, that is the one thing that should, I think every citizen of this county should pay attention to and realize how they've got good government and the degree to which they have good government. Now, enough of the serious stuff. I think you all miss a heck of an opportunity to turn this into a roast. Come on, I mean, it's like writing a doggone inflated resume. And I think I spoke to Lucinda Andriani before the meeting about that a little bit, said that's one of my pet peeves. I've been in a position where I've had to read some of those. I look at it and I say, good God almighty, this guy gets the Nobel Prize in physics. He's stopped World War III from happening, and gee, just graduated from high school yesterday. So, anyway, I feel honored to have served on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And one other thing, listen to what Rob Wilson had to say, Donny Park Area Plan. Okay, another thing I believe in is informed debate. Informed debate is necessary for reasoned decision-making. The informed part is kind of hard to do. It takes a lot of work, a lot of homework. The debate part, well, that can get pretty entertaining sometimes. And I was never averse to indulging in that entertainment. So that kind of added a little bit to it. And one last thing, I think Andy here said that, well, you're going to be here for a while. You got here early, so it's going to be 4 o'clock or so. I was always the first person on the Planning and Zoning Commission to say, I don't care how long this takes. I'm willing to sit here until the sun comes up the next day to get this resolved and properly resolved. So thank you all very much. That's it. Sit down. Yeah.
So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, we have a certificate of recognition for your 14 years of service to our community. And really, that's what it's about, is service to our community. And I have a couple of things. Pretty nice, huh? Who came up with this? This is really nice. Jess, is this yours? Well, good handiwork. Erica, this is fabulous.
That's great.
So, and we want to thank you so much.
That's quite appropriate. My dad got something like that when he left as commanding general of the 1st Infantry Division at Fort Riley, Kansas, because he would let the post engineer know which sign wasn't perfectly level. Just eyeballing it, and he'd let him know immediately after he saw it. So this is the same kind.
It's lovely.
Thank
stuff.
you very much.
And we need a picture with you. And you know what? I know that we have the Planning and Zoning Commission. We don't get you here very often. So would you mind if we had the picture with you, John, and the whole Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as with the board? And we'll just go on the other side here to do that. So. I was thinking just on the other side here. That's what I'm sorry. I meant outside of this. I have work to do, so let's get everybody back in if we can. All right. All right, let's get everybody back in. Wow, that was fun. So we're back in, open meeting after that, wonderful photo opportunity. And I understand we have one further item here left, and that is number 26. And this is a joint discussion with Planning and Zoning Commission on a draft update on the county comprehensive plan. And I also see there are members of those that have been working on the comprehensive plan, and I hope this is community development. I hope that community development will, before they start, introduce those members of our comp plan that are also here. Also, just volunteers, people who care about our community, care about the future of our community, who give up their time in order to help make this even a better place. And so I want to thank them for being here, and I would really appreciate if you would give the introductions.
Yeah, Jess, I'm going to hop in really quick, Madam Chair and Supervisors, as the DCM working with Jay Christelman and this wonderful effort. I want to just first acknowledge all the work that's been done, the comprehensive plan. I remember when I left the county the first time, we were just starting the conversation about, oh, we have to start planning to do the comprehensive plan. And to come back and to see the work that has been done is just such a wonderful, wonderful treat for me. I want to ask commissioners to not be back row Lutherans, as we like to say at home, and come up to the front row here. This is a joint work session. And so I'd ask that also, if you have comments to make throughout the day, to come up to the podium so those online, and we can have it for the record on the work session as well. And with that, I want to turn it to the Colonel, Jess McNeely, to introduce the item and the members.
And so Jess is going to introduce them. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'm going to let Melissa introduce somebody. I'm going to make this super brief, but I did want to kick off this. This is a joint work session with the Planning and Zoning Commission, and we have welcomed the advisory group, the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Group, to join us as well. There's a little overlap. We have a couple of advisory group members that are also Planning and Zoning Commissioners. But I'll let Melissa kick that off and give you the presentation. And I realize we're running a little behind. And we would, but this is a very, from my perspective, from my opinion, this is a very happy work session. This is a good work session. This is at the end of 2.5 years of effort that kicks off with community engagement and has had community engagement all along, all across the county. And there's a lot of consensus among our community. The comprehensive plan is a very high level document. I don't know if you want to say 30,000 foot or 50,000 foot or what would be the appropriate level foot of document, but it's vision, it's values, and it leads into goals and policies that help us make land use decisions and help us make other infrastructure decisions for the county. So I'm going to let Melissa kick that off, but I did want to point out that we really should recognize Melissa Shaw, our long-range planner, as the project manager for this entire effort, who has worked tirelessly on this entire project. I get to help some, but Melissa really takes all of the work, and it is a lot of work, and it's a long process, and we juggle several other things at the same time over there at the Community Development Department. You know, just all your building permits and wastewater permits and all kinds of things. But I did want to acknowledge Melissa and the effort as we're getting close. You know, we can see the light at the end of the tunnel here, and we have a plan. We even have dates on the calendar for when the hearings will be held. So we're getting close. It's not over yet. So we don't want to count our chickens before we're hatched. There's still some public hearings to be held, but this has been a lot of community engagement, and the reason we've had so much community engagement and really what we see is some good consensus is because Melissa has worked so tirelessly, and as these citizen leaders have worked tirelessly to ensure that the community is heard with this planned update. So with that, I'd like Melissa to introduce the Comp Plan Advisory Group.
Thank you, Jess. Happy to do that. That's been one of the highlights of working on the plan, is working with the advisory group. So I just want to go ahead and jump in and say that. Let me introduce the people who are here. I'll start with Billy Cordesco. He's the chair of the advisory group. And then we have Rose Tohi, who is doing double duty as a planning commissioner and member of the advisory group. We have Judy Nelson from Forest Lakes. And then we have Miranda Baldowski. She's from the Valley area. This is just, let me see, 4 of the 10 advisory group members that have been helping us with this process. So I want to thank them. And yeah. Well, and then the commissioners. Okay, yes, I will introduce the commissioner, Scott Best, over here. And then former Commissioner John Ruggles, as we know, Sheila, Sheila Walsh, and then Rose Tohe. Did I miss a commissioner? Rob Wilson was here, but I think he had to leave. So thank you for joining us tonight. And I do have a couple of handouts. One is just a very slightly updated PowerPoint, and then also a letter that we wanted you to see from the town of Tuesday. So thank you. Just jump right in then for this. So we'll just start with talking about why we're doing this again. And so as you know, our current plan was adopted in 2015. So state statute requires that this be updated every 10 years. So we began that then in January of 2023, the update. We've been through a bunch of different processes to get to the place where we're ready to launch the public hearings. But I did want to just kind of point by point, just touch on what the process has been. So that first really organizational meeting was a scoping workshop. And we're not going to go through all these points, but we learned a lot from a large group of key people who were users of the 2015 plan, who had a lot of comments. So we started with that. And then we went and we developed a public participation plan that you all looked at and approved. Just interestingly, that public participation plan is required by statute. So we have that. And then we actually really started with the outreach process. So we did go across the entire county and did a lot of, we started out with what we called intercept surveys. And through that, then we started learning about what needs and issues there are in the county that need to be updated. Not surprisingly, a lot of it was, similar issues, but we'll talk about that in a second. And so we did have fun. It was actually an interesting process to go out and talk to people in person and ask short questions and put that together. We kind of continued then with focus group discussions. We went to different community events. We had open houses. And then after that, we followed up. And you may remember that Fred Solip from Global Local Vision did a community-wide survey. And it was a statistically valid survey that we were fortunate enough to be able to contract to have done. And, that validated a lot of what we heard during our more informal community outreach. And we learned then both ways and what the key issues really are. And you can see here, we won't go through it. You've seen these before, but a lot of this is basically a tier off of the current plan with some additional support for new issues that really rose to the surface during the 10 years that the plan, since 2015. So after we did this work, then I just pause here for a second because we did organize what we called our core planning team. And that's made up of mostly county departments. There are Jay Smith is one of our key team members. And Melissa Randazzo helped with that. I don't see a lot of other county department heads here right now, but there was a group of well over 20 people, including several from outside of the county that really helped us with putting together and writing the plan, looking at the goals and policies, and making sure the data and information we have in there is current. So the next step, though, was to invite the advisory group, and that's where you all worked. You gave us recommendations as to who to invite, and so we did then form the group of 10 advisory group members, and they did a lot of work. Talk about civic involvement. We had really fun participation, excellent leadership with Billy, and they met for the first time in just over a year ago, July of 2024, and they've met 13 times total. Their last meeting was earlier this month when they took a look at the comments that we received during the 60-day review and made their recommendations. So we are so appreciative of their help, and we'll have them we made some time later on, they each may want to just give you some of their thoughts on the plan process. So then jumping into more detail about the plan. It's very much complementary, and no, as Jess likes to point out, we don't have any major changes from the 2015 plan. However, it's been pretty significantly updated. And one of the ways is just in terms of organization. So this is just a snapshot out of the draft plan in terms of how it's being organized. And you can see that there are, the main body of the plan are these three sections, if you will. Rural lifestyle, natural environment, and diverse communities and services. And this is really just a different way of organizing the chapters that also relates to the vision work and the values that we heard when we did all the outreach. So this really just kind of starts to put into perspective the breadth of the plan and really the comprehensiveness of these. A lot of these, and I don't have a slide here, a lot of these elements, if you will, are required by statute. But as you know, the county has chosen to go above and beyond in addressing issues that are not just required by state statute in a comprehensive plan. And so you've seen this slide before, but we just wanted to bring it up again because part of the change, the organizational change, is that we are tying these, every goal and policy is numbered. We have an implementation plan, and we are nesting whatever implementation strategy is related to that goal or policy so that there's a relationship there. And then often where a goal or a policy maybe needed more explanation. So if in 5 years, a new planner is looking at this plan and wanted to really understand a little bit more about why a goal or policy was written, there could be some details about that. So just structurally, this is a bit different. You can see there's a change. There are fewer policies, a few fewer goals than the last plan. One of the scoping workshop comments that we got was to streamline and try to reduce the number of goals and policies. So we've done that somewhat, but working with the departments, it really became apparent that, you know, there are so many important issues to address that truly cutting down the policies, you know, it was important to reduce redundancy, but also to, on the other side of that is to maintain consistency and not lose anything in the process. So what I do have then on the next slides, I have listed for each of the three sections, rural lifestyle, natural environment, and diverse communities and services. And I won't read all of these, but the value and the vision, because each value statement and vision is slightly different for each section. And I will just mention that these are very closely aligned to the board adopted mission statement. They're more detailed, but they're very closely aligned. And then what we have on the next slide, though, for instance, I have listed all of the land use goals. And I won't read all of these, but I just wanted to point out that they cover the variety of issues. The first one is about maintaining rural lifestyle and our community, our cultural character. The second one is preserving open space and ranching. The next one is supporting commercial development. And you know how that's, as we just heard, supports our county economy. Then we also talk about industrial development in particular and how that does add to our diversity of county economy. There's a specific goal about mining. This may seem a bit odd in a way, but it is something that's required by statute that we address aggregate resources in the plan. And then finally, the last goal is about how to fund and pay for new growth. So in the rural lifestyle section, we have 3 chapters. We have land use, and we have circulation and transportation. And circulation and transportation, the first goal relates to infrastructure design. And then the second one is a little more specific. It is discusses data projects that prioritize public safety and designing public infrastructure, roads, and et cetera. And then the third one is specifically about increasing air service where possible across the county. And then the fourth goal is related to developing active transportation and multimodal systems throughout the county. The fifth goal is about the transportation infrastructure investments and how those funds are spent. And then the sixth one is improving rural and regional transit services. So these are the main goal themes, and then the policies underneath those complement each one. And then interestingly, just following up on your presentation on the fires up on the North Rim, the resilient economies and housing goals, I will just mention that this chapter now includes a section on housing, which is new to this plan. And so the first goal, and John, again, is one of our key members. He had to leave for another meeting. But the first one is about basically making sure the county's economy is resilient and vibrant, and that it does support a robust environment for businesses. The second one is in particular addressing our workforce and how we can grow our workforce, support our workforce, so that that is something that the county maintains and encourages people to stay and work in the county. The next one is, again, about infrastructure, infrastructure that supports businesses. Goal 4 is about diversity and promoting different types of businesses, including home-based businesses and more rural business opportunities. Tourism and recreation is a big part of this, this chapter, because recognizing how important that is to the county economy. And then in addition, we recognize that the last goal is about a wide range of housing choices. So the housing piece is a new goal for this plan. The natural environment section includes the natural environment chapter, the parks, open space, trails and recreation, sustainability, as well as water resources. And so these 7 natural environment goals cover the topics of maintaining our healthy watershed, making sure that our environmentally sensitive features remain functioning and resilient, conserving wildlife, looking at native plant communities and preventing invasive weeds, promoting healthy forests, promoting soil resources, protecting soil resources, and then finally air quality. The parks, open space, trails, and recreation goals focus on having a variety of recreational opportunities and conserving important natural areas in the process. So that is obviously an important part of our county parks. It does conserve natural areas. Trails is its goal in and of itself, and a very important aspect and feature of the county. People come here for the trails and to experience those. And then to complement what's in our Resilient Economies chapter, we talk about, outdoor tourism and the tourist economy, and at the same time, creating high value natural, recreational, cultural resources. So these are just, these are the main themes that are in these different chapters. And then finally, for water resources, and I will say water is a required element by the state statute. And our 4 goals there focus on maintaining our water supply, a sustainable water supply for the natural environment and for systems and for people. That we protect water supplies and improve the quality of surface water. It was an important goal to provide information about water supply to our communities so that they know where to get information and how to access that. And then finally, the last goal is to continue to reduce water demand and to continue to promote conservation. There's a lot of detail in this chapter. If you start to read it, we have been able to put together some projections for the future, and the county has been really good at promoting water conservation, but that is something to continue to work on. There are 5 goals in the sustainability, resilience, energy, and climate. Energy is a required part of the plan by statute. And the first one is about the county demonstrating as an organizational sustainable practices. The second one is increasing energy efficiency and the use of renewable energy. We know that renewable energy projects have been really important for our ranch community, as well as just the renewable energy ordinance that was developed in order to protect the natural resources that may be impacted by those large projects. The third one is that the county mitigates and is resilient and adaptive to climate change. The fourth one is in particular increasing food security and access, because we know there are certain areas of the county that don't have access to good food or healthy food or fresh food. And then the fifth one is about reducing waste and promoting recycling. So we're almost done going through the goals. The last section is diverse communities and services. And I will say we'll look at community services and public safety. This chapter has the most goals of all the chapters. There are 12. But they are about a variety of topics. The first one is about county facilities itself and how we build our county facilities. The next one is regarding wastewater and keeping track of current and best wastewater technologies and how to promote those. The next one is to support public and higher education across the county. We also talk about prioritizing the health and wellness of residents and visitors. So this is regarding our health and human services and supporting all of the work that's done in that department. Goal number 5 is looking at utilities, and that making sure that utilities are built and that basically support community character as well as protecting resources while providing those needs to different communities within the county. And then number 6 is in particular about broadband and telecommunications. So we did separate broadband and telecommunications from utilities such as electricity and gas because it's such an important and ongoing effort. The county does have a broadband plan that we're working on now. And then number 7 begins with our discussion of coordinated delivery of emergency services, and then how all of that is working to support and I don't see Tim anymore, to support the emergency management planning efforts going on in the county. Number 8, we talk specifically, the goal is about protecting, having a high level of fire protection throughout the county. And then number 9 is attempting to reduce, the goal to reduce catastrophic wildfires impacts to the built environment. And then the next one is really addressing natural hazards such as earthquakes. And then 11 is maintaining that high level of emergency preparedness to respond to any type of issue. And then finally, the last goal is about safe and crime-free neighborhoods and communities and promoting that. So the last chapter we have is titled Diverse Cultures and Community Character. And the first goal is really about developing well-designed communities that do present and do preserve that unique rural character that the county feels very important to maintain. And then the second one is the specific natural features like dark skies, natural quiet, and scenic view sheds. So we'll get specific about that. And then the goal number 6 is targeted toward finding ways that we can help communities gather and connect. When we went out and did the outreach, we heard that as a major theme, that people want to be able to connect not just with each other, but with the county. And so we wrote that into the plan as a goal to try to figure out ways where we can help communities to do that. The fourth goal is regarding preserving our historic and cultural heritage. The fifth goal is really looking at impacts to all peoples and cultures and making sure that those are considered in land use decisions. And then finally, the sixth one is looking at fairness and equity in providing for housing services, health, safety, et cetera, for all groups across the county. So that is a quick overview of the goals. There are more details and policies that support them, but I figured that might be enough to drag on. And but we did want to make sure that this is an opportunity for the board and commission to really look at the goals in the plan and really have an understanding and get pretty familiar with what we've done to update this. So after the plan was drafted, then as you know, we did a 60-day review period. And that ended July 18th. Just to give you a little overview of the comments we received, this chart says we had 195 comments. There were actually a few more than that because we had some mail-in comments. The majority of the comments were about readability and clarity, followed by land use, which is not surprising. And then you can see if we look at the chapter, the comments, just looking at the chapter topics, how that spread is. So most of the comments were related to land use. Parks, recreation, open trails had the next number of comments, followed by natural environment. And then again, just when you separate out the other types of comments, we had many comments about readability and clarity. And so I just wanted to mention that all the comments were responded to, and we sent you a table that shows each comment and how the response was drafted. And so this is where we did have several different comments in particular that we would be looking for feedback from both the commission and board on, in terms of whether or not our staff suggestion recommendation is something that you all believe would match the vision and the goals that we've learned about. So we'll just start right in then. And this is verbatim, the comments, so we're not going to read all of this, but these two comments in particular were related to invasive plants. And they essentially were supporting more county involvement in controlling and mitigating invasive plant across the county, because that does create different issues in terms of fire hazards, taking up water tables, creating problems for wildlife, and just on and on. So that is something that we saw. And one of the suggestions was to, we'll look at that suggestion in a second, but both of these comments related to this goal, the policy related to it, and then also to the implementation strategy. So these are the specific items that those comments related to. And then we can show you how we are recommending that the implementation items specifically be changed. So the particular comment, the second one listed, was suggesting adding a position that would help to coordinate invasive weeds. And so there's an implementation item that talks specifically about reconvening the San Francisco Peaks Weed Management Area. And this was a group that was organized to look region-wide at how to manage invasive weeds in the county. And so the last sentence added in purple is the change that staff is suggesting be added to this implementation strategy to respond to those comments. So with that, then I'll stop and ask for any thoughts or comments and how you might want to address that.
Thank you, Melissa. And, this has been an ongoing process for the board too, and it's really great to kind of get it all together. I'm starting to see there's light at the end of the tunnel, which is pretty exciting. And, for you and the advisory group, I mean, this has been such a tremendous undertaking and such an important undertaking here for the county. So we really want to thank you for all of your hard work, everybody that's here. And I am excited to really kind of delve in and see it as it is being developed and as we're moving forward. So, it's interesting. Maybe it's because of the neighborhood I live in, but the invasive plant concern is something I hear all the time. And so I'm really glad to see that you've put the change in. I think that's important. And I really appreciate that the thoroughness and response to all the comments. I think it's important that our community feels that they've had input and are involved in this, because they are. But it's nice that you've done that, and the thoroughness of which you have taken their comments to heart. So I really appreciate that. I also really love the fact that our mission, vision, and values, which, by the way, is something we have recently redone, how it is so reflected in here. And I think that's wonderful and important as we move forward. So those are just my overall comments. There's probably a million more that we can all be making, and we probably will be making as we're moving forward. But this is a great overview, and I really appreciate it. So other comments, questions, concerns? Supervisor Vasquez and then Ontiveros.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you all of you for your hard work, because this has been a long process. And so the one piece that I didn't see in here is just a timeline of moving forward, and also a question that had come up recently in some discussions of just how that timeline aligns with the Flagstaff Regional Plan, because we know that that's ongoing as well and impacts people locally here in Flagstaff, but our comprehensive plan is the greater plan for Coconino County, and we want to make sure that they align properly.
I do have slides following this, and we'll talk about the timeline. Thank you.
Other comment? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Mine was a question. Are you asking the board the specific question of that recommended change? You want us to respond to you now?
That would be helpful, yeah.
Okay.
We did have a few specific comments that we wanted feedback on from the commission and from the board, so I can actually step aside if you would like to have a say here.
I'm sorry, Sat, do you have a comment you want to make on that? We can't see there you go. Thanks. There we go. We see Sat just fine, but we wanted to see the recommended change.
Thank you. This is based on a comment that I made, and I think I want to expand the vision a little bit. We hear a lot about invasive weeds, as well we should. The San Francisco Peaks Weed Management Area has been around for over 25 years, but because it's been off and on and off and on and off and on, it's never developed a base of information and maps and consistency. And I could tell you lots of stories, but here we are, and we don't want to be here all night. Bottom line, my vision is a little bigger. I would like to have a vision of treating the plant world the way we treat the animal world. In the animal world, we have game and fish. If we have a question about game and fish, about wildlife, we call game and fish. We call Jessica Simmons. If she can't answer it, she works for us. She makes a phone call, and based on decades of research and records, she gets a quick answer. And I think we should be able to do the same thing with plants. The weeds are a part of that, but the other part is the plants that we want in the challenges of climate change and increased population, in the challenges within the city, and I had hoped this would be a joint city-county position, increasing density and trying to use plants to mitigate the impact on community character. And I think Goal NE4 says conserve and restore native plant communities. So it's talking about both what we want and what we don't want. And so I think we should expand our vision a little, not just to deal with weeds, which is very important, but also to deal with a centralized database and source of information that brings everyone together, both for the plants that we want and the future, especially given climate change, and the plants that we want to get rid of. And so it's a little larger vision than what is written here, and I'll be working on this when it comes to planning and zoning. Thanks.
You know, I have no problem in terms of the invasive plant inventory. I also really think education is key, not just for the invasive plants or invasive weeds, if you will, but also what's appropriate plants and planting. But I'm going to tell you something. I am not going to tell my neighbors that they can't have a peony bush. Okay? I have one. And I'm not going to tell my neighbors that. And so I really think that's, you know, the invasive, you know, weeds, et cetera, I absolutely understand. And for the reasons that you've, you know, very clearly stated. But I think we've got to also be very careful that we are not prescribing to people what they can and cannot plant, in their yards. But I think that's an education. I really do. I mean, I think that's a matter of educating our community, and then they can be making knowing decisions. Because right now, they quite frankly don't know. So, but thank you for your comments on that. Any other comments? And I think they're wanting some input on what we think of it as written with the invasive plant and weeds. So Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, this is very important. I have concluded, and this invasive species like the cheatgrass. I believe that it is being transported by the mowers that mow the roads on the sides of the roads. They do not clean those like the quagga mussels on the lake. When you have a boat on the lake, well, that quagga mussel took us over, but still, you have a boat on the lake. When you leave the lake, you have to really wash it out and, clean everything and of your boat. Well, these mowers, I don't believe that's what they're doing. On the fire, when they're using machines there, as soon as they're done, they bring it back to the command center. They wash it down so that they're not transporting, seeds. But I believe that's what we need to look into. I don't know if we need to hire an individual. I think we need to partner and find out more about how to address it, because we're not the only ones that are being invaded. It's across the country. What is the country doing? Where is there a successful program? I think that's the first thing to do, is to learn more about where how it's being addressed in other places. And those invasive species like the cheatgrass has a lot to do with our wildfires. I would focus there more. And people planting on their yards, I think we can just do a guideline we have all kinds of guidelines for various issues. I think we can do that with our residents. Do more of an education, just like what was mentioned. But I would really question if we really needed to hire an individual. I think we need to do our research first as to what next. I would suggest that rather than this.
Other comments, members of the board?
Looking at the wording here and just talking about invasive species, it's important that we educate the public and that we work with our public agencies to find ways to find funding to do such a thing. So I'm in favor of the language as did there.
Supervisor Taveras.
And the purple has been added to what was already there. So that's really what we're looking at. I do agree that Chair Horstman's comments about the education portion is hugely important. Like, that's there when it comes to what people are going to be deciding what to do. So supporting, I do not have a problem with the additional language, that in purple. It's general. It doesn't lock anyone in. I don't necessarily have a problem with that, with adding that.
Did you get what you needed from us?
Thank you for the feedback. Yes. We just have a couple more comments that we did want some similar thought from you on. The next one was about terminology, and it is an important part of this plan that we consider how we're using terminology, and in this case, it's specific about whether or not we use the term Native American and/or indigenous. So the 60-day review text basically suggested that we would use both terms. And then the 60-day, comments we received during the 60-day review was that that's confusing and it's not appropriate and it's not accurate. So again, the recommended text change is on the bottom with the heading in purple. So we're suggesting that the note on terminology really just focus on using Native American rather than indigenous. So we would then go through and make changes in the text where we've used the word indigenous and used Native American in place of it. So we don't have all those changes, but that would be marked up in the plan.
So that's the recommendation coming from your advisory committee.
From the advisory group, as well as, in response to the 60-day comments.
If that's what the advisory group is recommending, I have no problem with that either.
I will say that there was a lot of discussion about this at the advisory group meeting, and it just should be noted that, this is, and the recommended text is trying to capture that this is an evolving conversation. There's not a one way is right or wrong, actually, in these terms. So the term indigenous is important to a lot of people in order to just to make this plan consistent. We did settle on using the term Native American, but just want to recognize that it is an ongoing conversation, and that it's certainly something that we felt was important to call on the plan. So I think that there might be other committee members that want to.
Did somebody somebody from the advisory board want to talk about that, or sure, Rose?
Yate.
Yate.
Board of Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. I think serving on the advisory board has been a very eye-opening experience for me. And I was telling our team that it's something that I've never done before. And so I think that just carrying some information forward is good for everyone to know. I think just a little bit of history, and when we talk about, there's certain terms that we normally use for different purposes. I think when we're referring to American Indian, we're referring to something that has been coming from the time of treaties and the time of legal documents and things like that when it comes to American Indian and Alaskan Natives. So those are things that are still words that are used in grants. When grants come out, those are words that are used. And then just knowing today how American Indian isn't something that is widely accepted by our people. And that is mainly things having to do, that's just really just part of history that I just wanted to put out there. American Indian, it became deeply embedded in legal, social, and political discourse. So, just the word Indian has been associated with a history of violence, discrimination, and oppression. So that's where there's this division of how we use these words that have been decided for us to be used. So that's one of the things I wanted to say. And then around the 1970s, when our people started talking about how we want to identify ourselves, and that's where Native American came a little bit. Instead of using American Indian, they wanted to use Native American. So that's coming out of indigenous civil rights movement that started around that time. And then in today's world, there's also more acceptance of how our Native people want to be recognized, and that's where Indigenous is now become the more preferred way of our people being recognized, and that's the way I recognize myself. I say I am Dene, and an indigenous person from Coconino County, and a member of the Navajo Nation. So basically, it's a preference that we use what we want to be known as, identified as, which means our tribal, our Dene, in my case, our Dene people. And I think, you know, just to agree and to just make this document be more unified and using certain words, that's what we decided. But I still have coming and voicing some of the concerns that are coming from community. I just want to just say that there is a huge number of people who identify as Indigenous. And the Indigenous meaning, there's a phrase that says, where did I put that? It says, all Native Americans are Indigenous, but not all Indigenous people are Native American. And so that's why it's important to know what Indigenous people you're talking about. In this document, we're talking about the Indigenous people of the United States. And that's how, that's one way to explain where some of the voices that are coming from are put forward in this conversation. So anyway, just to give you a little bit of history and a little bit of a different concept, a different perspective. Thank you.
And thank you, Rose. I really appreciate that. That's why I asked if this was something that was decided on by the advisory committee, because I would certainly respect that. And I've certainly heard discussions for, quite frankly, amongst many people I know and many Native American people I know and many people who would prefer to be considered Indigenous and some that would not. So that's why I was asking if, you know, this was something that the advisory committee is recommending to us. And I have to also say this, because this is really an important discussion, and what we're going to go forward is also a very important discussion. We're going to lose a board member here at 5:30. And I don't want to, I don't want, I want this to be a discussion with as many of our board members as we can possibly have at a board meeting. So, and this has been a long day, and this is a very important discussion here at the end. And so I am wondering if, and I'm willing, I mean, I'll stay for as long as everybody wants, but I know I don't want to lose Supervisor Ontiveros' input on this. So I'm wondering if this is a possibility for something we can continue for further discussion and to at a later board meeting.
If I could add on this particular topic right here, I could answer this question. The recommended text, especially after hearing how Rose Tohi has presented this and seeing how it is, I don't have a problem with that recommended text. I mean, I can answer that point now. But I know that there is so much more. This is a huge, like the comprehensive plan and a joint session between the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. It's huge, and I will just say that it's my opinion that it needs a standalone meeting.
I agree.
With more time than just, I think it was given an hour, and that was with John Ruggles' recognition. I think we need more time. I really do, because I do not want to rush through this. This is a 10-year document.
I agree 100%. Anybody else disagree? Yes.
I agree. We definitely need more time on this, and we definitely need to be able to discuss this earlier in the day, not at the very end. But so that way we're not losing folks. As far as the recommended text, I personally prefer to include Indigenous in there, but I see the rationale why it to focus only on Native American, and I'm okay with that language that's being recommended. But I did want to say that I do prefer the term Indigenous for myself and when talking to others. So thank you.
Yeah, I think we should have another session. I think that I recommended Native American. The reason is because most governments, tribal governments, they don't refer to themselves as Indigenous when they're in the meeting or in any of their writings or anywhere. Yes, we are Indigenous. We are home. This is our homeland. There's no objection to that. There is no controversy on that, and there is no. But when it comes to being a government, we're a county government. We're an arm of the state of Arizona. And when you think about just being a government and how you use the term, that's when you use Native American. We can refer to ourselves as Indigenous and as individuals within tribes and have our own language. But when it comes to government documents, I think as a county government, we have to think about our other partners' relationships with tribal governments and state governments and federal governments. That's where that's where we have to think about what are the terms, what are the legal terms. That's what I think about. Yes, we can at the time, like Navajo Nation did on April 15th, 1969, Navajo Tribal Council declared itself to be Navajo Nation Council. It declared itself to be Navajo Nation. And henceforth, ordered that all documents be changed from Navajo Tribal Council or Navajo Tribe or Navajo Nation or Navajo Reservation to Navajo Nation. And that has not happened with this term. That's the reason why I just think that. And we can, acknowledge that there are other terms used for Native Americans. And so, so when I look at even Native American organizations, they use Native Americans. So these are terms that we will we have discussions about, but as an elected official, maybe if I was an elected official, it'd be different. But I'm an elected official, and I'm part of a county government, and I am the county government. So when it comes to that, you have to think about what are the legal terms and what position do you hold within the larger governments, and what are your documents? Where's your documents on that? That's what I would say.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I think this just underscores the need for further discussion. And we also have a Navajo supervisor who is not here with us today. So it would be very nice to get her input as well. And I really don't want to shortchange this discussion. Melissa and the advisory board, I want to tell you how much we appreciate what you've done. And we're taking this extremely seriously, as we should. It's our job. But it's so important for our community moving forward. When we make decisions about our future and about our communities, we look to this comprehensive plan. This is something that is our Bible. And so I do not want to shortchange this, and I don't want to shortchange this discussion. And I have a problem, too, that it was scheduled for an hour at the end of a very long day. So I think I know it was great because you were all here, and we were all here to be able to honor John Ruggles. And so from that, it made a lot of sense. But I really would like us to have more discussion on this. And I really appreciate everybody who's here. appreciate everybody who traveled. You know, Miranda traveling from Vail, and we have someone traveled from Ash Fork, and I just, Forest Lakes. And so it's really thank you. And we may ask you if you can to come back because we want to give this the consideration it needs. So I hope you understand that. So, okay. And Billy, you just came from down the street, so you you can come back. So, yeah,
Madam Chair,
County Manager.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, and you know, this is a very important discussion. It is the end of a long day. That said, we're really thankful the Planning and Zoning Commission members could be here as well as the advisory group. And the thing about democracy is the logistics of collecting all of us and the time that we are able to be together. Deputy managers and I were just thinking about a time when we could meet, and we'll look at our working calendar. Right now, we're looking, we could do September 9th. But again, want to make sure that we can be inclusive of everyone that should be included in the conversation. But we could do September 9th. Again, we'll look at our working calendars tomorrow around 11:30 or 9 o'clock. So again, we'll look at it and work with our community development staff to collectively collect everyone, planning and zoning advisory group. So thank you for your patience on this.
Melissa, you can't ever leave us, you know.
That is true.
And I just, again, I know that Jess mentioned it too, and I was fortunate enough to sit in on some of the comprehensive plan meetings, and just the care, consideration, and the openness in which you conduct these meetings. I just want to thank you so much, and thank all the advisory committee members that are here today for all the work you do. It's so important. And we aren't there yet, but we're getting there.
Thank you. We are getting there. Do we have time for a few more slides? I'll run really fast, just so we can finish up this presentation, then we'll reschedule.
Sure, we're missing.
5 minutes.
Yes, and that's fine. I mean, we can be here. I just feel badly that we're missing some members.
I understand.
So why not, Melissa?
Thank you. Yeah, I would actually, I would appreciate that, just so we could talk about schedule, because I do have a lot
Wait,
of-
we're going to lose our quorum.
Okay. Oh,
So,
never mind.
so I'm very sorry. So, can you stay for 3.5 minutes? Go ahead, Melissa.
I'll be fast. I won't go through all these. There were 3 other letters we received specifically from Arizona State Land Department, the town of Tusayan, and an individual. And you have the responses to each of the letters in your packet. Here's our public hearing schedule. So we did have on our calendars the Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing September 24th. And so we'll have to look at another work session and whether or not that will work. We've started to advertise that public hearing date, as well as a public hearing for the board November 18th. We had another work session planned for you on October 7th. So just to talk about that, the plan design is well underway. So the public hearing draft will be a designed plan, a laid out plan, not just a Word document. I did, we can show you how that's turning out. This is just a list of our advisory group members. Next time, maybe there'll be an opportunity for them to make a comment. And yeah, that'd be good.
That's another reason we feel we need to do this. We want to hear from folks.
Great, thank you. And then just with that was the presentation right there. So we do have something, I do have flyers at the front. If anyone wanted to see the public hearing schedule, hopefully we can stay on that. Regarding the regional plan, the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan, okay? The first planning and zoning public hearing for the regional plan is September 10th. They have 2, September 10th. Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan, first public hearing with the Planning Commission at 4 p.m. Their second one, they are required to have 2, is September 24th, the same night as our Planning Commission hearing, at 4 p.m. as well. Their town council meeting is scheduled for October 9th. I have flyers. I will get flyers. We can put them up here for the regional land use plan. We are planning on bringing the regional plan to the commission and the board once our comprehensive plan is adopted, so that there's not so much immersion in huge planning projects. So that was it for today. We'll work to try to hopefully maybe get an earlier follow-up work session so we can stick to our public hearing schedule. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, members of the board, and I would recommend the schedule that Melissa showed on the public hearings, we take that and we see where the next conversation could fit into that. October 7th certainly popped out to me, and Jess and I were just talking about that. But again, we'll look at those schedules and see when we can get the schedule.
We want enough time for complete discussion, questions, and input. And an hour for something like this, I mean, look at the times you all have spent. We need more time. So we need, if we have to have a special board meeting, let's look and see if we can do a special board meeting. All right, anything else? Oops. Thank you so much. Really appreciate. Thank you all for being here.